Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Forsa National Conference virtual event. Would you please welcome to the Chair, your President, Anne McGee.
Good morning, delegates. You're all very welcome to the Forsa Conference 2020. Thank you very much for joining us here today from all different parts of the country. I officially make this conference open and I have a few words that I'd like to say to you from the outset. Fáilte a chur riamh cóide chuig Forsa Condal Náisiúnta 2020 Arlena. Tásúil agam go bhfuil sibh go léir slán agus sa bháilte inniu. So if you just bear with me for a few moments, I have a few comments that I would like to make in my opening comments. My name is Anne McGee and I'm the President of Forsa, and I want to welcome Principal Delegates and NEC members to Forsa's Virtual National Conference 2020. I also extend a very warm welcome to members, activists, staff and guests who are following this conference in our live feed. You are all very welcome and we look forward to your full participation again when the pandemic restrictions are relaxed and we can all once again conduct conference in the usual way that we would. Although a lot of work and thought has gone into organising this virtual event, I want to acknowledge that it is far from ideal and that all of us would prefer to be meeting in person and sharing the traditional conference experience. And I want to thank all Forsa branches, NEC members, Standing Orders Committee and staff for their cooperation and forbearance and their collective efforts which have enabled us to proceed with this conference, albeit in this unfamiliar format. It's new to us all, including myself, and I'm confident that we will all continue to cooperate with each other and show the patience and respect necessary to make this work for everyone. Another unfortunate change imposed on us by the pandemic is that we've all had to slim down today's conference business and telescope this event into one day. Branches are already aware that the motions originally submitted to the deferred conference in May have been considered by the NEC and the divisions, and a report on progress on these motions has been included in your conference papers. All the conference papers, including the agenda and the various reports, are available to you on a dedicated page on the Forsa website. There is a link in the email that was sent to Principal Delegates and NEC members earlier this week. We have a lot of business to conduct today, and I intend to move things along as efficiently as possible without allowing all the necessary debate and discussion. Very much important that we will allow all of this necessary debate and discussion for you to participate. In order to get through the business, I will only put reports to a vote if I notice that there is any opposition to them. In other words, I will not put issues to a vote if we clearly have a consensus. All Principal Delegates and NEC members received guidance on participating in this conference by email earlier this week. If you don't have that guidance, you should immediately email the conference help desk, helpline@forsa.ie. The guidance includes instructions on how to indicate if you want to speak. This can be done through the hands-up function that most devices display on the WebEx platform. If you don't have a hands-up function, you should email speaker@forsa.ie. If you want to indicate a desire to speak, if you use this email, please state clearly which agenda item you would like to address. When I call on you to speak, please note that it's your responsibility to unmute and turn on your camera so that you are ready to address conference. If there is a delay at your end, I will move on to the next indicated speaker, but I will promise I will come back to you. The guidance also includes instructions on voting. Note that voting is confined to Principal Delegates and NEC members, and that the votes of Principal Delegates have been weighed to reflect each branch's voting strength. If you are not logged into the voting platform, which is in the My Voice platform, you should do this immediately so that you are ready as soon as a vote is called. To log in, you need your unique 6-digit password, which was emailed to Principal Delegates and NEC members yesterday. If you don't have this, or if you have mislaid it, you should contact the help desk immediately at support@myvoice.com. The help desk is the best and quickest way to get assistance if you have any difficulties with voting. Principal Delegates and NEC members should keep the My Voice window open but minimised while conference is in session. You should also be aware that the system automatically logs you out after 90 minutes. You should not be concerned if this happens. It just means you will have to log in again using your 6-digit password in the event of a 90-minute gap between votes. I would urge all voting delegates to familiarise themselves with the voting process, which was outlined in the email that you received from the Union yesterday. I will set out the main points again when we come to the first vote. If you experience other non-voting difficulties during today's conference, for example, with access to the conference or connectability, you should email the Forsa help desk. The address is helpline@forsa.ie. Also, I would encourage you all to have your screen set to active speaker on WebEx. This means that you will get a better view of each participation and of all the pre-recorded videos. So I want to thank you again for your participation and cooperation. I think we can look forward to the best possible conference in the restricted circumstances we find ourselves in. I will introduce you now to all of the panellists. Kevin Callan, General Secretary, Owen Ronayne, Deputy General Secretary, Matt Staunton, Deputy General Secretary, Billy Hannigan, National Secretary, Bernard Harbour, National Secretary, Michael Smith, Senior Vice President and President-elect, Kevin O'Malley, Honorary Treasurer, Margaret Coughlin, Vice President, Eugene Gargan, Vice President, Jerry Foley, Chair of Standing Orders, Teresa Cairns, Vice Chair of Standing Orders, Rosemary Conroy, Returning Officer, and Rosie McCain, Communications, will be aiding me directly with some assistance during the day. Also welcome to Fastlane and My Voice, who are giving us some assistance throughout the whole day. Also a warm welcome to the National Secretaries who lead out across all of the divisions. Derek Mullen, Civil Service Division, Eamon Donnelly, Health Division, Andy Pike, Education Division, and Peter Nolan, Local Government Division and Municipal Division. And at this stage, I'd like to sympathise with Peter on the loss of his brother Tony, whose funeral is actually taking place as we speak. I sincerely hope that Angela Kirk, previous National Secretary of Services and Enterprise Division, is enjoying retirement and getting some well-earned rest. Two previous General Secretaries, Shay Cody and Tom Geraghty, have departed since our last biannual conference, so we send them our best wishes for the future. With that, I think it's time to get the conference underway, but before we do that, I would like to have a moment's silence, bearing in mind our deepest sympathies to anyone who have lost one since our last biannual conference. And I'd like us to remember Eileen Sweeney from ICTU, and Willie Sargent, Civil Service DEC member and OPW member who we lost during the year. Also, sympathies to anyone that has lost family or friends, members, work colleagues due to the COVID-19. May they all rest in peace. So we'll just take a moment's silence now, please. Thank you very much, delegates, for that. Enjoy your conference 2020, and we're going to begin now with a short introductory video, COVID-19 video. The crisis has put the future of work centre stage and shows us who really keeps the country going. Forsa members are hidden heroes.
This is the calm before the storm, before the surge. And when it comes, and it will come, never will so many ask so much of so few.
We are in a very urgent situation. We need to act now and act decisively. We owe it to our frontline workers who continue to put themselves at risk every day, and we owe it to the memory of all those taken by this virus.
In exceptional times, in times of crisis and struggle, you can count on your union. Every day, tens of thousands of Forsa members are protecting the health and well-being of workers and people all over Ireland.
We maintain essential public services around the clock during.
The crisis has put the future of work centre stage and has shown us who really keeps the country going. It's our hidden heroes in the civil, public, communications, community and voluntary services.
Well, I suppose we work in small pods. If one person gets infected, well, the pod is down. So that's a whole team from Dublin Port to it down. So there's no control of produce coming into the country. There's no examination on excisable goods or restricted goods. Prior to this, if you imagine driving on the M50, you had 3 lanes. Now we're driving the hard shoulder.
We work in high-risk settings where social distancing isn't possible and where the wearing of face masks on occasion can't be worn. Schools couldn't function without SNAs. Teachers wouldn't be able to manage with the level of need that would be in their classrooms.
Forsa members have had to go beyond the call of duty, and our members have been very flexible in their approach to work and in helping the community. They have been involved in redeployment. They've been involved in contact tracing, which is very difficult for anybody who is, because it's a new virus. And then, of course, we have members who are on the front line, who have actually been carrying for all of us as a society.
I'm a home help coordinator, and I manage staff of about 180. A lot of families don't live around or they're not present, and the home helps are the only people they see, the only people going into them, the only people checking on them. During the pandemic, all the home help coordinators were working 7 days a week, constantly on the phones, constantly giving out PPE, constantly reassuring. Health professionals, managers, admin, and support staff gave their all to treat the sick and control the spread of COVID, not just in hospitals, but in all settings, including the community.
Sudden and massive spike in coronavirus-related layoffs placed huge demands on social welfare services and its workers. Over 600,000 workers were in receipt of the unemployment pandemic payment. I mean, without us, nobody would have been paid. I mean, isn't that not the most important service that you could provide to somebody in these unprecedented times?
I more or less work in the underground to make sure all sewers, overflows, and sometimes rivers are going their proper journey. Municipal workers worked hard alongside their local government colleagues to ensure their vital services, such as water, continue to be made available to homes in Dublin. And while there's less traffic than usual in the streets, our waste management service workers have had their work cut out for them, keeping streets safe and clean in Dublin City.
The Aer Lingus pilots made a significant contribution towards the assistance of supplying PPE to the nation early on in the COVID crisis. In April and for 3 months on, we conducted just under 260 flights, round-trip flights from Dublin to Beijing to carry just over 4,000 tonnes of PPE, which was then passed on to our colleagues and the frontline heroes to provide PPE equipment to the medical staff fighting the pandemic.
Forsa members working in essential services of local government answered the call in support of their communities during the COVID-19 crisis. Forsa members delivered food parcels to vulnerable people in the community. They assisted An Garda Síochána in social distancing outdoors. They assisted other agencies in setting up of isolation centres and transporting food and laundry for homeless services. We work closely with public library staff on the housebound library service. Local government workers provided a lifeline to vulnerable and isolated persons within their own communities.
The crisis starkly revealed the value of union membership, whether working together in frontline roles, dispatched to work at home, sometimes under tough conditions, or facing layoffs. Worse, tens of thousands of Forsa members turned to their union for reliable info and advice and solidarity. Unity in our union amongst all professions and grades.
Being a member of Forsa, you had regular updates. You knew that Forsa were there every step of the way, fighting for our rights, fighting for PPE for us, trying to sort out the redeployment.
The crisis has shown how unequal our society is and how insecure some workers are.
Our community spirit has helped limit the spread of the virus and enabled us to find new ways to educate, agitate and organise.
We must now build on that spirit and work together to become more secure, more equal and more united.
There can be no going back.
We must invest in a fairer future. We can't afford not to.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Definitely our hidden heroes across all our 6 divisions of the amount of work that's been done by this organisation, by our members. And I want to thank everybody for their participation in that video, very powerful video. And thank you to everybody that made their very vital contributions. And it just goes to show you what is being done across this organisation. So thank you very much for everybody for that. I know there's some people have been in contact with me to say there's difficulties trying to get in. Bernard is actually working on it at the moment. So we are aware that there are some technical problems and we'll do our best to try and get to make contact with people and get those issues sorted and rectified, but we are aware of it at the moment. Okay, so next thing I'm going to move on to is the adoption of the general orders, standing orders for conference. The standing orders report. The chair of standing orders, Jerry Foley, will present the standing orders report. The standing orders report 1 to 4 consolidated into a single speech. Jerry's speech is pre-recorded and about 4 minutes in length. So I'd ask for that to be put up on the screen to adopt the standing orders report.
President and delegates, Jerry Foley, Chairperson of Standing Orders Committee, proposing the adoption of the General Standing Orders for Conference along with the reports 1 to 4 of the Standing Orders Committee. Given the limited time available to conference, I propose to keep my remarks brief. There has been some changes to the timetable, and the revised timetable can be accessed on the conference document webpage. The General Standing Orders for Conference are on pages 6 and 7 of your final agenda. In essence, they follow the practice adopted in previous years and a set of regulations to ensure the proper conduct of the business of the conference agenda. Reports number 1 to 4 of the Standing Orders Committee, which are consolidated on pages 8 to 12 of your final agenda, details the recommendation approach of the Standing Orders Committee to the business of conference. In presenting these reports for adoption, I wish to express the appreciation of the committee for the cooperation of branches and the National Executive Committee in dealing with the business of conference in these most extraordinary times. In effect, the Standing Orders Committee had to seek to ensure that essential statutory business of the Union can receive the attention of conference, that essentially motions dealing with issues of importance and members can be debated, and the Union's electoral process are completed. This was required the understanding of branches in terms of motions originally submitted by the conference scheduled for May 2020 and a commitment by the National Executive Committee to examine each motion to see what action can be taken in relation to them. It also required that election positions of the Union are filled by means of postal ballot rather than by ballots at conference. For a recommendation produced by the Standing Orders Committee in terms of dealing with the business of the original schedule of conference and in seeking to facilitate the submission of motion on issues of critical importance where necessary and essential decisions in the context of circumstances faced by the Union. They are a recognition of the fact that we're attempting to conduct an essential business of conference in a limited way, having regard to the restriction placed on us by COVID-19 restrictions. Nobody would argue that the arrangements are ideal, but the absolute position of the Standing Orders Committee that decisions taken where recommendations made were necessary and essential. I urge delegates to acknowledge that the circumstances faced by the Union and the Standing Orders Committee in seeking to frame the agenda for conference by adoption of Standing Orders Report and for conference in terms of report number 1 to 4. Some points. The Standing Orders Committee received motions of some emergency and a further report may be brought to conference concerning the inclusion in the agenda. Also, if any business is not reached, it will, as normal, be referred to the NEC. Finally, President, I would like to note that the final agenda was asked that where branches or the NEC had queries or wish to seek changes to the standing orders or to the Standing Orders Committee report, they were to raise these in writing with the Standing Orders Committee not later than 1 week of conference. No such request was received. Madam President, I propose the adoption of general standing orders and report of 1 to 4 of the Standing Orders Committee.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Jerry. That has the most up-to-date information. The Standing Orders report has been proposed there by Jerry, Chair of Standing Orders. The branches were advised that notice of amendments to Standing Orders should be submitted up to a week in advance of conference. Since no motion of amendments have been received from any branch, I would be proposing that we will adopt the Standing Orders report 1 to 4. That be agreed? I think I have 2 speakers to the Standing Orders report, Ursula Kelly and BJ McAteer. Is it possible to bring the speakers in?
Yes, thank you, President Ursula Kelly, Foreign Affairs Clerical Branch. Whilst the Jerry Foley and all of the colleagues who have been working on this are certainly correct that we face extraordinary circumstances that prevent a conference being held as usual. I don't believe the circumstances justify disallowing all of these motions in their entirety. I would note that the proposed actions document assembled by the NEC is a commentary really on in the sense that some motions it does not propose any actions at all, and because it actually states that it is opposed to some motions rather than acting on them. The NEC is, of course, completely entitled to its view, but I would argue that it is for conference to decide on whether motions should proceed under Rule 20. As you will all be aware, conference is the governing body of the Union. So I will personally be voting against the adoption of the standing orders, and I would invite other delegates to do likewise. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Ursula. I'll move on to the next speaker, BJ McAteer.
Good morning, delegates. BJ McAteer, the Revenue Executive Grades Committee. We are opposed to SOC report number 4. We feel that the Revenue Executive Grades emergency motion number 22 should be admitted to the agenda. The motion is that we call on this conference to note the lack of public response by FORSA to Mark McSharry's ignorant and unfounded comments in relation to public service workers, and hereby censures FORSA full-time officials for their failure to publicly repudiate these ignorant and unfounded comments. It further instructs FORSA to ensure that in future, if similar comments are made by TDs, senators and ministers that are clearly ignorant and unfounded, that FORSA publicly stands up for the members and issues a timely response on behalf of our members who have worked diligently, conscientiously and with great dedication during this pandemic. Emergency motions by their nature are a reaction to unforeseen events. We could not have anticipated the outrageous outburst from Deputy McSharry. We could also not have foreseen FORSA's unwillingness to repudiate his comments. The reaction by the Revenue Executive Branch activists was unanimous in its disbelief that no response issued from FORSA. This was national news at the time. Emergency motions have always been accepted right up to the day of conference in all previous conferences. Why should this conference be any different in these extremely difficult and trying times? The motion was submitted on the day that motions were due to be sent. It was just that it was 4 hours late. Let me repeat again, the motion was 4 hours late. Why is this such a big deal? All of us are part-time activists. We are diligently trying to manage our work, union and home responsibilities. And instead of imposing stringent guidelines, the SOC should cut us some slack and not be dogmatic in its application of rules. If management operated in such a fashion in their dealings with us, we would rightly be indignant at their high-handedness. This matter is important to our branch and indeed the whole membership, whether you are civil service or not, and this motion deserves to be heard and discussed. By insisting on strict interpretation of rules, the SOC is doing a disservice to democracy and openness. I urge delegates to support the reintroduction of this motion to the agenda. That was all of 4 hours late. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much to both of those speakers. I haven't anybody else indicating that they wish to speak. So I'm going to ask Billy Hannigan from the National Secretary dealing with the Standing Orders Committee to come in and respond.
Yeah. Okay, Chair. Billy Hannigan, National Secretary. I think there's a proposition to amend the Standing Orders Committee, and there's an indication from a delegate that he believes that there should be a vote against the Standing Orders Committee report. There's 2 points to be made. First of all, the Standing Orders Committee, in the interests of having the efficient running of the conference, did request that notices of amendments to the Standing Orders reports be submitted a week in advance so that they could be circulated to delegates. And there was no reason why both of the branches who've raised concerns about the Standing Orders Committee reports could not have done that in order to facilitate the delegates at the conference. In terms of the motion which was ruled out of order from the Revenue Branch, the branch itself has accepted that the motion was late. Now, it doesn't really matter if it's 4 minutes or 4 hours or 44 hours late. The fact of the matter is that the motion was late. And we cannot have a set of circumstances, a set of rules, where if it's accepted that something is late, that simply because it is a particular period of time late, it should be allowed in. There were loads of motions at many conferences which didn't come in time, and they simply cannot be included because they are late. Because is it 4 hours, 4.5 hours, or 5 hours? Late is late is late. So I think on that basis, Chair, I would be suggesting to conference that they adopt the reports as presented by the Chairperson of Standing Orders.
Okay, thanks, Billy, for that. I'm going to have to call the first vote, which will be vote number 1. To adopt the Standing Orders report. So the first vote that we will have to set up, Billy and Bernard with myvoice.ie, will be vote number 1 for the Standing Orders report.
Madam President, it's just general standing orders. That's all.
Yeah, general standing orders. Yeah. Okay, but vote number 1 is for that vote.
President, that will take just a minute to set that up. So if you can just bear with us, we'll set up the vote, and then if you call the vote once we let you know that it's ready.
Okay, so you let me know when it's ready, and then obviously, as I've said to everybody before in my opening remarks, to make sure the delegates are logged in to that vote with their 6-digit number. I will tell you when it's open, and there will be 10 minutes for that vote to be cast. It will come back to me then to give you the outcome of that vote, and when I'm aware of that, I will let everybody know. I'm very much aware that there has been some technical problems with getting in. Can people contact B Harbour, BHARBOR at forsa.ie if they're having some technical problems or technical difficulties? That would be very much appreciated. So Bernard, you will come back to me at that stage when that's set up and we're ready to go with that. Okay, so I'm going.
Just to let you know, you can call that vote now. We're ready to go with that vote if you call it.
Okay, so I'm going to call, it's vote number 1. Okay, the first vote it's vote number 1 for the adoption of the Standing Orders report. So there will be 10 minutes for you to do that. And I would ask you and encourage you to do that now. Okay.
Madam President, it's just for general standing orders now. Just general.
Yes, for general standing orders, Jerry, yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm going to move on now. I'm going to hand over to the Senior Vice President, Michael Smith, Senior Vice President and President-elect. And I'm just going to ask
Madam President, we have to do then the general standing orders report. There's two separate ones
okay,
because they've raised questions on it. The general standing orders, you'll have to put that as well.
okay.
Okay.
That's fine. Thanks for that, Jerry. Okay, can I ask Michael Smith to come in, please?
I'm in now, President. Can you hear me?
Can indeed, Michael, yes.
Apologies, I was just voting while you called me. So in the first instance, I just want to thank SOC, and as the President has said, the vote will take place and will be ready in 10 minutes or thereabouts. So I'm now going to call on the President, Anne McGee, to give her address, her opening address to conference.
Good morning, delegates and fellow NEC members. Welcome to the Forsa Virtual Conference 2020, and welcome to the many branch activists, members, staff and guests who are following this conference on our live stream. I want to begin by thanking delegates for their cooperation with the unusual format and for all the work that they have done in terms of reading and responding to a very large volume of documentation and correspondence over the last few weeks and months. It has been a significant ask, and without your full understanding and cooperation and the teamwork you have demonstrated, this important conference wouldn't have been possible. I also want to acknowledge the Chair and members of the Standing Orders Committee and the returning officer and scrutineers who have worked diligently in difficult circumstances to ensure a smooth, transparent and fair postal ballot, and the best conference we can achieve in this difficult condition that we find ourselves in. I'm sure that these efforts, along with your participation and the hard work of our staff, will make today's conference a success, even if it can never be the full experience that comes with the normal face-to-face Forsa conference. Before we get into the business of the day, I also want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Union and your National Executive to extend our deepest condolences and solidarity to those families who have been touched by tragedy during this pandemic. Our thoughts are always with you. From the time I started work, I have been proud to be a public servant and proud to be a union member and activist. I have felt honoured to be elected to many positions at branch, divisional and national level. I know all of us share that sentiment, and to have played my part in creating and launching this great union. And there was nothing more rewarding than being elected as Forsa's first president at our conference in Killarney 2.5 years ago. Over the past difficult 8 months, we have had good reason to be proud of our union, the members we serve and the citizens and communities of Ireland that they serve. Again, I want to acknowledge all of you who serve on the National Executive, on Forsa's divisional executive committees, and as branch activists and officers. Regardless of the restrictions imposed by the pandemic, you have worked hard to ensure that the union business continues. As a result, you have maintained and expanded the support our members experienced when they most needed their union to be there. Above all, I want to express our deepest respect to our members as they worked and continue to work throughout this crisis. Many thousands of health workers, social protection staff and other civil servants, those in schools and college communities, local authority workers and members in telecoms and on post who have continued to go into work to maintain essential services, often while putting themselves at heightened risk of contracting the virus. The many thousands who quickly adjusted to working remotely, sometimes in extremely difficult, crammed, stressed, or very lonely settings, again ensuring that the public get the services, information and supports they need. And also to our members, particularly in aviation, who have depended on those income supports and have experienced cuts in hours and incomes and face the prospect or reality of layoffs and redundancy, a difficult place for any member to accept. We are here today to serve and support all those brave, committed, professional and resilient servants of the public. Last March, at a time when none of us could know where the crisis would take us, the leadership of this union made an immediate and public statement that Forsa and its members across the civil, public, private, voluntary and semi-state sectors would cooperate fully with the emergency measures necessary to contain the COVID-19 virus, protect the health and safety of citizens and workers, and maintain essential services during this unprecedented public health emergency. In other words, Forsa and its members have given their all, sometimes cooperating with measures that would not be acceptable in normal times, and temporarily setting aside hard-won agreements, practices and benefits. This is what I call leadership in a crisis. You have all been leaders. But leadership also requires us to fulfil the commitments we made to members in policies and positions adopted at our very first conference 2 years ago, and indeed when we were creating this union. The 2018 to 2020 biannual report, which is on the agenda for adoption later on today, summarises our efforts and activities in the union's first 2 years. It describes the work in progress of our campaigns, our achievements, and also the ambitions and setbacks as we officers, executives, branches, activists and staff campaign with our members to protect and improve their pay and working conditions and to build better public services, better communities and a better world. And I will risk singling out just one example, the decades-long School Secretaries campaign for pay equity, now so proactively close to a successful outcome, fingers crossed, which really shows what we can achieve through persistent hard work and our strong commitment to fairness and trade union values. Our union has led on issues from trade union organisation and strength to public service pay and investment, automation and its impact on work and society, the gender pay gap, protection for the low paid and other vulnerable people, working time, including the restoration of time lost under the Haddington Road Agreement, the 4-day week, international solidarity and climate action. Equivalent grains were formed post the creation of Forsa, which consists of clerical and executive staff and trade union representatives across all 6 of the union's divisions. These cross-divisional committees have experienced difference in pay, working time and working conditions for clerical admin and executive staff in parts of the civil and public service. There is much in common between all workers in health, local government, education, civil service, service and enterprise and municipal. The work of these committees and across divisions is integral to the work of this union and its members. It affords us the opportunity to identify shared challenges that we throughout public and civil service face on a daily basis, not only within our respective workplaces, but also nationally. We need, as a group of workers throughout the civil and public service, and indeed throughout all divisions in Forsa, to support each other and to develop a strong and informed voice. What is emerging for colleagues within various employments and departments, what is shared and a common interest, coming together to develop a consistent voice and a plan to win. Our pathway to the future is to define a clear vision for Forsa, a vision of increased relevance and influence for this organisation within the workplace and beyond. It is guided by the principal objectives of this union. We should never lose sight of the fact that we are member-centred. We put our members at the centre of what we do. We care for our members, and are committed to achieving the best possible outcomes for them. Members, this is your union, Forsa, and more workers that become involved in their union and actively involved in this union, and indeed its broader environment, the better we will be able to build power and strength while organising and representing the concerns and interests of Forsa members across all divisions nationally. And we are leading still, as even our pared back agenda for this conference demonstrates today. Because one thing that we can be particularly proud of during the COVID crisis is that Forsa has put itself at the heart of the argument of how we should rebuild a better society, stronger public services, and a fair economy out of the frustration, devastation, and tragedy of this pandemic. This journey within Forsa since its formation in 2018 has been a rapid changing progression and not been without its difficulties. But it has been exciting and challenging. This was never about the individual holding this esteemed office, but should always be about you, the members. Much work has been done, a lot more to do on the stabilising of this union, very much in its infancy. It is essential we define a clear vision for Forsa, a vision of increased relevance and influence for this organisation within the workplace and beyond. We encourage strong leadership at every level. We show leadership through the work we do and how we treat members, activists and staff. We serve and support the interest of our members to the highest professional standards in delivering for members. Today we will discuss these and other challenges that lie ahead of us, including the restoration of income hit in the crisis and a fair, sound and sustainable settlement for civil and public servants in the post-PSSA period. I look forward to debating these issues with you all today and into the future, and to working together with our members on the ground to deliver tangible achievements and progress for working people over the coming 2 years. And I thank you again for your forbearance regarding this year's radically changed conference experience. And I thank each and every one of you in advance for your cooperation today, which will enable us collectively to have a fulfilling, relevant and successful conference. Enjoy your conference, delegates. Anne McGee, President of Forsa, 2018 to 2020.
Delegates, I want to thank our President Anne McGee for that comprehensive address to conference at the outset. And I'm now going to hand back to Anne, who will continue chairing conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael, for that. I'm going to move along now to, as you're all aware, that vote is taking place presently at the moment. I would encourage you to participate in it. I'm going to move along now to the returning officer, Rose-Marie Conroy, who will give the report on the officer elections. It's a pre-recorded report as well.
Good morning, President and colleagues. My name is Rose-Marie Conroy, the returning officer for Standing Orders Committee, and I'm also the treasurer for the Fingal branch. As we all know, we are in the middle of a COVID pandemic, and due to the guidelines, the election for the officers took place by a postal ballot. The days of the count were the 6th of October, the 27th of October, and the 17th of November. The following are the results, and I deem them elected as follows. Michael Smith for President, Kevin O'Malley as Treasurer, Vice President Martin Walsh, who took up the senior position, Anne McGee and Eugene Garden were the other two Vice Presidents. I now deem them elected, and I propose that they be ratified by conference today. I'd like to thank you very much, in particular the scrutineers who gave up their time to attend the Dublin offices from around the country when guidelines allowed. I'd also like to thank Maura Haslam for her continued support and the setup of the room in line with the social distancing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to Rosemary Conroy, the returning officer, and obviously to all of the scrutineers as well that participated. A lot of work done, and also by the management team in Forza head offices in getting the ballots and the papers out. So I will put that ratification of the outcome of the elections to the floor. So that will be agreed. And I would like to welcome and congratulate everybody on how those elections went, and look forward to working with everybody. Thank you very much again to everybody involved in that election process. It was tedious, it took a little bit of time, but was done very meticulously and very speedily, so thank you to all. So I'm going to move on now to there'll be the General Secretary's report in this section of the agenda. But before I introduce that, I want to introduce a short video about the highlights of Forza over the last 3 years. So we take the video first before I introduce the General Secretary.
Over the last 3 years, we've been bringing together staff, activists, and members in a sense of common purpose and identity. And we're now ready, I think, to take one big step forward.
Representing cabin crew over the lifetime of Forza and since Forza was established, we have grown in strength and significance. We were a branch that represented members only in one airline to turn into a branch that represents members now in all the airlines. So it's been an exciting time, it's been a challenging time, but one that we have seen that Forza is now the sole voice for cabin crew who operate in the Republic of Ireland. We had to get into some intense negotiations with employers and actually disputes in order to achieve union recognition. So it was well fought for and achieved. So it is great to now be in a position where our membership has increased by more than 50% in the last 3 years.
11,000 SNAs in Forza now. That's a heck of a number, and that's a lot of power. I know in my own area in Kildare, myself and other members of the branch executive have been really trying to build on community networks. And along with getting new members, it's also getting the members that are there involved and knowing that there's other members, building it from grassroots level up again, which is the way to build a stronger membership and a more involved and I suppose passionate membership as well.
We are not just a one-trick pony representing a single grade or a single discipline. Forza has an immense diversity, which I witnessed grow in a previous existence. And that in itself is a strength of this union.
The role of grassroots activists in campaigns is the difference between an advocacy group and a movement. The More Power to You campaign is the campaign for stronger local democracy and better local services delivered through a modern, dynamic local government.
The campaign started coming up to 3 years. There was a motion put forward to Old Council to have the local bin taken back into council. Then we set about a campaign and there was things added onto it, like the housing project, trying to get council to build more houses. Then there was climate change. Then there was the water, to try and get the water back into the public authority and try and get a referendum to have it taken back so we could never lose it again. So basically, it won't get privatised like the bins and made a mess of. Private companies cut corners to make bigger profit. Councils don't. Councils are there as a utility for the people.
One campaign that I suppose is timely because we've recently achieved a positive piece of news on it is the Support Our Secretaries campaign. And this is the campaign for respect and fair conditions for all school secretaries, many of whom were earning low pay and in extremely precarious conditions within schools around the country.
We had 4-day strike action 2 years ago in relation to management taking away access to the Flexi scheme in Roscommon County Council for staff while it might seem a local issue for Roscommon, ended up being an issue nationally, because if management had the chance to take away our family-friendly working arrangements in Roscommon, there was a potential that they could take it away in any other organisation in the country. We had a national rally held at the end of our 4-day strike action, where people from all around the country, all members from all civil service, health boards, local authorities, all came behind us and marched through Roscommon town. We never thought, as a small local branch in Roscommon, that we would be the first force of industrial action in the country.
The current agreement, the PSSA, was negotiated before Forsa was formed. Each of the three former unions was involved in those negotiations and indeed voted to accept the terms. This year, a lot of our focus has been on ensuring that the government honoured its part of the current agreement. What we now need to do is look ahead, and collectively we need to try and strike a new deal for public services and for public servants, one that says farewell to austerity, but also provides hope for the future.
I work as a primary care development manager, so initially I would have been developing primary care teams, which were new to primary care from over the last decade. I put a lot of work into developing the post, and all of a sudden I realised that this post was going to be advertised. Anybody could apply for it. Actually, there were other people in the same position as myself, so there were 5 of us. We had 2 sessions with the WRC, which weren't successful, and then we ended up in the Labour Court, and we were successful in our claim at the Labour Court, and we were made permanent within a very short period of our time in the Labour Court, which was fantastic. And as far as I'm aware, about 1,700 people since then have actually been in a similar position and had their posts made permanent. So it has helped other people.
The CE supervisor is responsible for the CE scheme, and without CE, a lot of the community wouldn't survive. I was in the Labour Court in 2008 when both unions took the then funding agent FOSS to the Labour Court to seek a pension. And as you were aware, we achieved that. We were awarded the pension in July 2008. And here we are, 12 years later, still waiting for the pension. There's a lot of anger because we've been waiting 12 years for a simple thing like a pension. We're not going anywhere. They know we're not going anywhere. And if the case comes that they don't play ball with us, then they know we have industrial action, and we will take industrial action. We're currently in a form of industrial action at the moment, and we will ramp it up if the government doesn't play ball with us.
We work with people and their families over 18 who are affected by drug use. Our members and myself are 13 years with a pay freeze. The trade unions have been banging the drum. Enough is enough. Just pay up and recognise the work that we have done in relation to redeployment, and even years before that. We've unfinished business and now we're back. Very strong, very serious, and we're not taken anymore. No.
So now we have a 5-year strategic plan. This is going to set priorities and focus for our dedicated staff. It's going to support our amazing, selfless and courageous branch activists. And most importantly, we see it as delivering better outcomes for our members. But the best way that you can help us to achieve that is to ensure that we maximize recruitment in your workplace. Because if we organize effectively, we know we will deliver for you.
Okay, thanks to everybody for that very valuable insight into the last 3 years. You things move along so quickly in this organisation, then when you look back, you realise so much work has gone on over the past 3 years. So thanks to everybody for their contributions into that report. I just want to let you know that Bernard has informed me the helpline at forsa.ie, all lowercase, is actually active and working now at the moment. So if you have any difficulties or any problem, it's helpline at forsa.ie, all lowercase. So just to be aware that that is actually working now. I also have the result of the standing orders. Vote number 1, the first vote that we had, it's 638 in favour of the adoption of the standing orders report, 1 to 4 general standing orders, and 114 against. So the standing orders report has been adopted by conference. So thank you again for your participation with that and for participating with that vote. I'm going to move along now to the General Secretary's report. It's addressed by Kevin Callanan, General Secretary of Forsa. It's a pre-recorded report as well. And I suppose in some respects, it's the very first time that Kevin Callanan, as General Secretary, has been addressing you, the delegates of Forsa. So we recognise that as well, Kevin, and we look forward to hearing your powerful words that you have for all of the delegates here today.
Delegates, the video we've just seen shines a light on some of the highlights from across Forsa's 6 divisions, from the short but productive time that Forsa has been in existence. There's far more detail in our 2018-2020 biennial report and the supplementary report, which covers the period of the COVID emergency. Both are in your conference papers. These reports, which we'll be asked to endorse in a few minutes, serve as reminders of the pressing work that remains to be done, whether it be through negotiations, campaigns, discourse, or struggle. But they also outline what can only be described as a strong body of achievement with and on behalf of our members, their families, and their communities in virtually every sphere of the union's work. These achievements are the fruits of organisation, commitment, hard work, persistence, cooperation, and solidarity. And I want to acknowledge the contribution that everyone in this union makes: staff, branch activists, NEC members, and others who contribute at national level. And above all, our members who sustain the union through their participation and support. I want to extend particular thanks to 2 people who aren't with us today: Tom Geraghty, our former Joint General Secretary, who has now moved on to a new role in the Labour Court, and to Shay Cody, our now retired Senior General Secretary. It almost goes without saying that we would not be meeting in conference together as one bigger, stronger, and more influential union without their contribution and commitment to this union and the people we represent. I also want to mention Jerry King, a man who worked hard to ensure that Forsa came into existence. Jerry has suffered ill health in recent times, but I'm glad to say his spirits are up again, and I wish him all the best on behalf of all his friends in the union. This is a conference and a year like no other. I want to acknowledge the effect of the pandemic on members and their families, particularly those who have lost loved ones and those who have suffered ill health. Of course, it has had a devastating effect on some of our members, nowhere more so than in aviation, where people have suffered huge losses in income. But the pandemic has also taught us to revalue work and how particular roles and jobs are judged and viewed within society. It's also taught us the value of public service. On the 13th of March, I said that what we needed to do was to follow the public health advice, fulfill our caring responsibilities, and remain as productive as possible. As the pandemic has ebbed and flowed in the meantime, these still remain priorities. I also said on the 13th of March that public servants would step up to the challenge. The one public service response, I think, has been a huge part in how this country has managed its way through the challenges. We've seen how the public service can be flexible, can be agile, and can be responsive. We've seen frontline heroes, often unlikely ones, and we've seen how the crisis also presents us with an opportunity. That's why, jointly with my counterpart, Joe Cunningham in SIPTU, we penned an article described as our 1945 moment, published in the Irish Times last April. And it made the case for a reset in our economy and a reset in our society. We've also seen and taken some comfort from the way the pandemic has been responded to at a European level. Again, in May, I penned an article carried in the Irish Examiner saying that we must catch the winds of European change in terms of how we respond to the pandemic and learn from it. Of course, Congress then published its No Going Back policy paper, which we used in our pre-budget submissions also. At its heart, what we're saying is that a second dose of austerity cannot be the prescription for the pandemic and its aftermath. There is some good evidence that the ECB and the Fed in the United States also see that that isn't the answer. The lesson for us all is to rebuild our economy and social capacity in a way that learns the lesson of the pandemic and actually puts that into practice. We can do it collaboratively, but only if there's a will on all sides. That's why I've been making the case for a reformed social dialogue. That's when we met the Taoiseach on the 3rd of September, I urged him to take this path in terms of delivering, not just on the programme for government, but actually the changes that we need to see happen. We also made the case at a meeting on the 28th of October of the Labour Employer Economic Forum, where the Taoiseach, the Taoiseach and several other government ministers were present. Of necessity, the pandemic demanded a response from unions, employers and government, working together. That's what created the pandemic unemployment payment. That's what created the temporary wage subsidy scheme and the crucial return to work safely protocol. The EU itself appears to recognize the value of this kind of cooperation. Ursula von der Leyen, in her speech on the State of the European Union, expressed a clear preference for collective bargaining rather than statutory mechanisms to deliver on the new EU draft directive on minimum wages. We have our own national collective bargaining challenge in this country. We have the most recent and the latest High Court decision to strike down a sectoral employment order. Those workers in Debenhams know only too well how the imbalance between capital and labour is working against workers. That really difficult dispute shows how disgracefully workers can be treated in the current legislative position in this country. We know within Forsa just what that can mean too, because over the last 15 months or so, we've faced an action in the courts for very substantial damages from Ryanair in the wake of the previous court case in injunctive proceedings. Something that was to go to early trial was then amended with a substantial claim for damages, and that particular case continues. I'm glad to say that our union did not bow under that kind of pressure and bullying tactic. The role of collective bargaining and labour rights generally have a hugely important part to play as they sit within a wider collection of social rights. And all of these rights together are crucially important in the defence of democracy. We can see what's happening in the last couple of weeks in the United States, even in parts of Europe, and in our own country, with the rise of the far right. The role of these rights, civil society, collective bargaining, are hugely important in bolstering effective democratic government. I sit on the board of Public Services International. It's the global federation of which Forsa is a part. A planned joint PSI and Education International conference, Educational International being the global federation for education workers, titled Defending Democracy, was to take place last September in New York to coincide with the UN General Assembly. I had hoped that President Higgins would be a keynote speaker, developing his powerful address to the EPSU conference in June 2019 in Dublin. Because these are political choices. And in the case of social dialogue, and whether or not we're going to get effective social dialogue, the jury is out. That task won't be made any easier in the absence of a public service agreement. The current agreement, which expires at the end of the year, must be replaced, if we're to reach an agreement, with a new one that represents a new start for public services, a new start for public servants, and a new deal for citizens. It must crucially send a clear signal of a move away from austerity. It must provide a pathway to allow issues to be addressed and resolved, and it must include an acceptable, albeit realistic, approach to pay generally. We're at a critical juncture. Over the coming days, I think we will know whether or not it will be possible to have the basis for formal negotiations. I will say something more about this in the afternoon. The alternative to an agreement is that we will formulate claims, both general and grade specific, and strategies to prosecute them. Our union is ready for either eventuality. Prior to appointment, I said that we needed to renew our organizational systems and processes. Members must feel that their union understands their concerns, is on their side, and speaks up on their behalf. We need to harness the considerable talent and commitment of the staff and the elected leadership to focus on the steps necessary to do this to best effect. Change on this scale requires the capacity to consult and to plan. That's why in September 2019, I established the SORT project, so that some staff were freed up to concentrate on this work. They've been working on an initial set of projects. These are now well advanced. But we also now, crucially, have a 5-year strategic plan. It will provide more focus for our staff. It will provide more support for our branches and our activists. And it will produce better outcomes and services for our members. I'd like to thank you for all your work on behalf of the union during the last 2.5 years. I look forward to your contributions today, and I hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin, for that address to delegates here today. Very good words of wisdom, and we look forward to you coming back to us on some of the detail that you have mentioned there that you'll speak to us later on in the afternoon in covering some of the motions. So thank you very much for that. The next thing on the agenda is the endorsement of the biannual report 2018 to 2020 and the supplementary report from March to October 2020, and that is all of the good work that we do, and we capture it and collate it into a biannual report which we produce for each of the conference. And there's a lot of work and detail within that report that goes across all of the 6 divisions. So I would hope that branches would have had an opportunity to have had a look at this report. It was first issued to branches in May, and then the supplementary report was produced because of the exceptional circumstances of the deferral of conference. So I'm asking for the endorsement of the biannual report 2018 to 2020 from delegates today. Okay, so the next thing that I have here on the agenda as we're moving through it is we have a message from Patricia King, the General Secretary of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, and she has thankfully, very willingly sent us an address for our FORSA conference today. So I would ask that to be shown to the delegates, please.
President, General Secretary, delegates and friends, thank you for the opportunity to make this short address to you, albeit from a distance. We are experiencing the strangeness of times with few certainties. But what we can be assured of is that our post-pandemic world will herald a new order. The outdated ideology of neoliberalism is spent. Key world leaders are shaping a new narrative. Ursula von der Leyen, in her 2020 State of the Union address, declared, "The truth is that for too many people, work no longer pays." And this is why the EU Commission will put forward a draft directive on adequate minimum wages and a collective bargaining process for member states. President-elect Biden, in his recent address, described his mission as marshalling the forces of decency, fairness, and hope for the future. Here in Ireland, we are faced with a range of interlinked crises and uncertainties, which will have a profound effect on our economic and social recovery. These include our current pandemic circumstances, the prospect of a no-deal Brexit, and together with our global ecological emergency. What is certain, however, is that we need a new paradigm. Radical new alternatives are required. COVID-19 has magnified the failures of our current economic model and has served to highlight the inequalities and injustices embedded in it. But it has fundamentally transformed how society views the role of the state, business, and workers. And it has exposed who our essential and frontline workers are, thousands of FORSA members among them. And it has laid bare the fact that they are often undervalued and underpaid. Delegates, we need a new social contract. Progressive values must underpin the redevelopment of our economy and society. Those values must include the creation of a single-tier universal healthcare system, responding swiftly to people's needs, a massive investment in public housing to ensure that all those who need a home have one by right, a new Green Deal through a just transition, a reformed social security system, including pensions and sick pay, investment in early years care and education, and an end to our current polarised labour market, where low pay and precarious work practices, such as bogus self-employment, are endemic in particular sectors. We need legislation to afford workers the right to collectively bargain with their employer through their trade union. It is no longer tenable, delegates, to applaud essential and frontline workers and simultaneously fail to remedy these serious issues. In our recently published document, No Going Back, we advocated for a deeper engagement with trade unions as part of a broader, more inclusive social dialogue, where we can bring our influence to bear on policy developers and through which we can fulfill our mission to realise this new social contract. In solidarity, we will work together to achieve this. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Patricia. That is good to, even though we're not having the face-to-face, but it's very good of people to be so willing to give of their time to actually address us, which is very, very important. I believe there was, before we went to hit play on that video, there was a hands up from Anne-Marie Walsh. Anne-Marie, we'll be able to unmute you if you want to, if you had a question or a comment. I'll take it now. If you could just identify what branch you're speaking from, Anne-Marie.
President, I have unmuted Anne-Marie there.
Anne-Marie?
No.
Anne-Marie? She's
No,
gone.
she's gone.
Okay, well, maybe we'll come back to that. Colleagues, we're a little bit ahead of schedule here. I would suggest maybe that, I know it's very difficult for people to be constantly looking into the screens, but that we would take a comfort break and that we would come back at 12. And we will be continuing with the conduct of the Union Affairs, which is motion number 1. So we'll come back. We'll do the take the mover of that motion. Also, if anybody wishes to signal and speak on that motion, they can do, and we will take the speakers, and then we will be putting that motion to a vote. So if you want to take a little comfort break, and we come back to you, come back at 12, you could just unmute yourselves and leave everything up, and we'll be back at 12. Okay, delegates, we'll move along with the agenda that we have here now. The next part of the agenda is motion number 1. It's conduct of union affairs. It's in all of the information that was sent out to you in the agenda. I'm going to invite Vice President, President-elect Michael Smith to move motion number 1 on behalf of the NEC. It's pre-recorded. I'll invite speakers to the motion. So if anybody wishes to do that during the recording session, they can do so. And once it's been shown to me, I will invite speakers into the motion, and then I will put the motion to a vote then after the contributions that have been made by the speakers. So motion number 1, conduct of union affairs. The motion number 1 being moved by Michael Smith, Senior Vice President, President-elect, on behalf of the NEC.
Good morning, delegates. Michael Smith, Senior Vice President, moving motion number 1 on behalf of the National Executive. The National Executive decisions to defer our National Conference, to conduct the officer elections by postal ballot, and to move to an entirely virtual conference were difficult but necessary. When the coronavirus struck Ireland in March, our priority was to support FORSA members and the services they provide at a time of extreme crisis. But your National Executive was also determined to ensure that the democratic decision-making decisions and structures which are at the heart of our union continued to function effectively. In the early months of the crisis, branches and national committees quickly adapted to remote working, and this happened through a combination of commitment on the ground and support from the centre. Our National Conference is the most important event in the Union's calendar. In the formal business, it sets policy, takes important reports on activities and governance, and elects the officer board. And it's also the only opportunity for union activists from across divisions to come together in large numbers to share experiences, ideas, and indeed have a bit of crack. So it was with heavy hearts that, having explored all the options, we came to what were unavoidable decisions. I want to give credit to the General Secretary and his staff for the support they have given the NEC, and more importantly, the timely information and updates that went out to branches throughout this process. the General Secretary also insisted that this deferred conference would receive a progress report on the action already taken on motions submitted to the original May conference, and you have that document in your papers. I also want to commend the support and cooperation we've seen among executive members and from branches, the Standing Orders Committee, scrutineers, and from staff. Most of all, I want to acknowledge the members and activists who are absent from today's event, though I'm sure many are following proceedings on our live feed. Like you all, I very much look forward to the time when we can once again come together in a more traditional conference setting. The NEC steered a difficult course as it became obvious that public health restrictions would be in place longer than we first hoped. Indeed, last month's move to level 5 meant that our options were even more constrained than we expected when the decisions about conference were made. In light of this, I am confident that there is solid support among branches for the approach we took, even as there is disappointment that we aren't able to do things in the normal and far more preferable way. Therefore, from the perspective of good governance, I am seeking your support for Motion 1, which seeks Conference's ratification of the NEC decisions about the deferral and organisation of this conference, the decision to conduct the officer elections by secure postal ballot, and the NEC decisions taken as we manage the affairs of the Union during this period. Please support Motion 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Michael. So that's motion number 1. Is there any speakers to motion number 1 from the delegates? I haven't, nobody has shown to me that they wish to speak. There's no speakers. So motion number 1 will be vote number 2. So I would urge you all to please have your opportunity to have your vote. It's motion 1 is vote number 2. So Bernard, can you let me know when that vote will be open so the delegates can vote on that motion number 1? So
we'll do that, President. It'll just be a few minutes and we'll let you know as soon as it's ready.
A few minutes. So it's motion number 1, which will be vote number 2. And Bernard will signal to me. It will be the same as before. You will ask to be logged in with your 6-digit number and to cast your votes. And when the outcome of that is known, I will reflect to you all. So it's motion number 1, vote number 2. And Bernard,
President,
yes,
it's Bernard. Yeah, President, you're free to open that vote whenever you're ready. We're ready for you.
Okay, so I'm going to open that vote now. So it's motion number 1 that has been moved on behalf of the NEC by Michael Smith. Motion number 1, which is vote number 2, and that will be open for 10 minutes. So I would ask you to please have your say and have that vote. Okay, so I'm going to move on now to the next part of the agenda, which I'm delighted to say is a message to conference from the President of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins. He's been very willing and giving of his time to make contact with us here today. So President of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins, he opened our first Forza conference and also took the time to address the EPSU conference hosted in Dublin 2019. On behalf of you, the members, I was very honoured and delighted to have been asked by President Michael D. Higgins to attend Áras an Uachtaráin, to attend some state gatherings in my capacity as your President of Forza. This was always in recognition of the coming together of a new organisation representing workers across a diverse community structure of employments. Every place I attended on behalf of Forza, I was clear on what our culture will be, how we approach our work through collectivism and solidarity, always ensuring that we are open, inclusive, a diverse organisation which fosters a sense of belonging amongst all. So, delegates, here is the voice of Michael D. Higgins, President of Ireland, to all of you Forza delegates today.
It was a great honour to speak at the historic first national conference of FORSA in May 2018. I welcome the invitation to speak to you again in 2020 in the midst of a pandemic to which your response has been one of solidarity and generosity. So may I thank Anne McGee and Kevin Callinan, FORSA President and General Secretary, for the invitation to address you today at your annual conference. Delegates from over 250 FORSA branches, along with members of your National Executive Committee. FORSA represents such a great achievement. The establishment of FORSA represented the conclusion of much dedicated labour, negotiation and necessary compromise to create from 3 unions what is a stronger and larger union, the second largest in the country. That this was done in a spirit of solidarity and comradeship towards a common purpose laid a great foundation for the future, a result we are experiencing, and not only within the union, but in Irish society. FORSA is, of course, part of the long and proud tradition that the Irish labour movement constitutes, a movement that has endured relentless struggles to secure human rights in often epic, hard-fought battles, a movement inextricably interlinked in our nation's struggle for independence, or in giving a lead in opposition to the waste of human life that is war. Too rarely it is asked, to what level would society have fallen without such a movement that secures and protects the irreducible right to dignity in the workplace and in society? Now unions and union members must have a new role as the best source of new forms of socially just, sustainable, ecologically responsible forms of economy and society. I wish to acknowledge all FORSA staff and its more than 80,000 members for their contributions during the COVID-19 pandemic, both as public servants and as active and caring union representatives. FORSA members work in diverse professions, occupations, grades, and work settings, and their employment-related experience of the public health crisis has varied accordingly, with many thousands continuing to attend workplaces to maintain essential services, such as health and social care professionals, staff in social protection and other civil service departments, local authority workers, and staff in telecoms and postal services. Many more have quickly adjusted to working remotely, while others have depended on state income supports and have experienced wage reductions. Regrettably, some members have faced the prospect of layoffs and redundancy. Your conference is taking place as we continue to face the challenge of dealing with a pandemic that is having such devastating personal, social, and economic consequences. However, out of such a crisis, we are presented with perhaps a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do things better, to embrace and bring to fruition a new paradigm of existence with each other in relation to work and living, and with the world itself, a renewed and healthier connection of society, economy, and ecology. The pandemic provides an opportunity to rethink the connections between climate neutrality, a sustainable economy, social welfare, and labour itself. Trade unions giving leadership in breaking new ground is not new. When I list these challenges, and of ones previously in our history, I think of what insignificant attention has been given to the trade union movement's contribution in giving leadership in urgent and democratic change. The movement has always produced brave, heroic women and men, such as Jamie Hope, a Presbyterian from County Antrim, who organised the Protestant workers of the Liberties in 18th century Dublin to combine their efforts not only in defence of the dignity of labour, but to demand a non-sectarian, egalitarian republic. Helena Maloney, actress veteran of 1916, and suffragette, who was elected the president of the Irish Trade Union Congress in 1937. James Connolly, whose thoughts and actions still inspire and guide millions today, and not forgetting in our own time, Mary Manning and her comrades, who took a stand against apartheid when so many others were averting their gaze. I welcome the fact that at your conference this year, you are addressing the theme of work in the context of COVID-19. The pandemic has forced a return to fundamental questions which we as a society ignore at our peril. What are the essential tasks and needs of a society as we live together? How did it come to be that so little value was placed on essential work and the contribution of essential workers? The consequences of privileging those remunerated in a financialized global economy over those who worked on the provision of universal basic services, or indeed in what must be accepted as the real economy, have been laid bare in the regressive outcomes since 2008 in particular. The task now at hand is to create a society that is more equal, one in which all work is valued and all jobs are decent, fulfilling and secure, together with adequate social protection. This task is far from an easy undertaking, given current geopolitics and the recent, if now thankfully fading, fixation with a neoliberalism that was not open to critique in terms of assumptions, practices, or consequences. So much is possible and can be made possible now. The COVID-19 pandemic has proven irrefutably how the paradigm in which our economies have operated for 4 decades has forced a shrinking of the space of the state, undervalued frontline workers and those providing essential services across the economy. From this demonstrably failed, disconnected model of economy, we must liberate ourselves, replace it by making a new balance between economy, ecology, society, and culture. We are all responsible for what we know and choose to ignore, from which we avert our gaze. How hugely regrettable it would be, what a lost opportunity, if through some form of evasion or moral cowardice, we as a society were to continue to disregard the efforts of these women and men, our essential workers, that having paid them fitting tribute for putting themselves and their families at risk for us all, we were to settle for reverting to where we were before the crisis. Tragically, instead of recognizing the inequities of current systems, some governments and employers across the globe have used the crisis in an insidious and opportunistic way to restrict further the rights of working people through limiting collective bargaining, disrupting the right to strike, excluding workers from participation in the economy through their unions, and impeding even the registration of unions as part of civil society. The pandemic has clearly shown, too, how highly mobile workers who frequently move within or in and out of the European Union are irreplaceable during a public health crisis. Yet they often remain the least protected. We continue to witness increases in precarious employment, contract working, and an ongoing casualization of labour, with new and emerging trends and work practices that are often deemed innovations, insofar as they provide new means to maximize profits for employers, but in their practical delivery reveal the ongoing erosion of employees' hard-won labour rights. The trend towards digitalization continues, and while such a trend need not be wholly negative if offered within a social economic model, we see how online workers often are not covered by the most basic employment law or collective agreements, all rationalized in the name of efficiency, flexibility, productivity. Our new circumstances require that the spirit of solidarity be deepened and extended further and further to encompass not only those who labour and work, whether in new conditions or old, but also those who are excluded and left out. As public and civil servants, and as workers in strategic sectors of the economy, you are at the very centre of some of the great challenges we face, such as mitigating climate change, welcoming and managing migration, and ensuring sustainable development. The economist Mariana Mazzucato has written of the importance of the entrepreneurial state in economic development, and of how economic success is a result of public investments in innovation and technology, rather than a result of a small state and free market doctrine that often receives credit for a country's strong economy. Working for the state is working for the public world, not just for now, but for future generations. As we confront these challenges, we will require a more activist and a more democratic state, one that can plan, coordinate, manage, and intervene when necessary in an open and transparent manner, placing the needs and welfare of its citizens at its very heart. Competence in decision-making at macro and micro level of economy and society, the fullest forms of participation, must be achieved by a movement for economic literacy of a new kind that will empower every worker. To conclude, may I suggest that the COVID-19 pandemic can be best viewed as giving us a means for us all to rediscover the significance of the social, recover or discover the experience of life beyond an immiserating individualism, to make society more just and inclusive. Our multiple interlinked economic, social and democratic contemporary crises manifesting on the European street as lost social cohesion show that we need a new concept to value social life and reduce the influence of the hegemony of a marketized economic discourse. Sociology and economics need to be recovered as to their moral purpose. Both must be enabled to become again moral and political social sciences, such as Polanyi saw, and provide sources of resonance in our new paradigm of existence to fix our broken relationship with the world, to paraphrase Professor Hartmut Rosa. Forza, as a public sector trade union, has a crucial role to play in ensuring that government's labour policies are adequate, forward-looking, inclusive, evidence-based, ethical and equitable in helping to bring about a vision of a fairer society and economy. One that promotes decency in the labour market, inclusivity and sustainability in their many forms, and that works for an end to any crippling authoritarian hierarchy or invocations of class or privilege that impedes or obstructs good, decent, effective work. You and your 80,000 members are well positioned to play a transformative role in tackling the adverse trends to which I have referred, by exposing and preventing such evidently inequitable practices, practices that are pervasive in too many of the sectors in which essential workers continued to perform their duties during the recent crisis, and thus enable society to continue to function at some basic level. The battle for decent work and all it entails continues to be one of the defining struggles of our times. Let us all commit to ongoing activism in what is an international campaign for decent work, to playing our part in the creation of a society that removes the hurdles standing between so many of our people and their personal and social fulfillment. Let us commit to valuing all of those heroic workers, wherever they may be, who risk their lives and their security to support us, defending their rights in these new circumstances, as the founders of the trade union movement did over a century ago. Let us play our part together in advocating a vital transition to a renewed political economy of hope, of a sustainable, just, inclusive future on our vulnerable planet Earth. Berbua is Berbarak.
Delegates,
Michael, Vice President, just to let you know, the President is frozen at the moment on screen, so we'll need to continue without her for a short while.
Okay. So, delegates, I'd just like to thank, in the first instance, the President of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins, for once again giving us a very, very comprehensive address on where the trade union movement stands in the modern Ireland and the modern world and the challenges that we face. So I just thank the President again for that. With that, we will move on to the COVID-19 response. And this section includes motion number 2. My apologies. I lost. I'm just going to call speakers, delegates, to motion number 2.
Colleagues, 2020 has not been the year that any of us have planned. The world, as we know it, has turned upside down and COVID-19 came into our lives. It has changed the way we live and the way we work. COVID kept too many of us further from our loved ones than we would ever choose to be. To those of you who have lost someone close to you during this time, I want to extend the sincere condolences of the Union's National Executive and all of our Union colleagues. We keep in our minds also those who have provided care to loved ones throughout this crisis, and those of you who have been unable to see close family and friends who have been in long-term care during this time. This pandemic has invaded our sense of normality, disrupted our lives, and laid bare the inequalities in society. It reminds us that our union has a serious role to play in confronting these inequalities. Members of our union were among the first to take a position on the front line in the fight against COVID. Many did so in the face of serious risk to themselves and their families, and we salute everyone in all sectors who rise every day to the challenges of the pandemic. Force members throughout the country are proudly helping to protect health and safety of citizens and workers and to maintain essential services. We commend them, we thank them. Their sense of duty and commitment is a source of pride for everyone in this union. This motion acknowledges the union has helped to achieve a great deal in recent months on workers' protections, but also sets out for us to continuing responsibility to ensure that government and employers remain focused on doing the same. We remain ambitious for a better world beyond this pandemic. Finally, I wish to express Force's deep solidarity with all workers, families and communities touched by COVID-19 virus, both here and abroad. Thank you.
So, delegates, I'm going to those people who are proposing motions 3, 4 and 5 next. So the proposer for number 3 next, please.
Michael, just on a point of information, if motion 2 is carried, motion 5 falls.
Okay. Thanks, Jerry.
Looking for Sean Loud. Sean Loud.
Sean is now a panelist. Sean, your microphone is open there.
Okay, thank you, Chair. There were so many issues upon which emergency motions could have been realistically based at this time. And, you know, nothing more fundamental than the actual issue of the safety of the planet that we live on, and how we take that in the years to come. We, in our branch, focused on just three for the purposes of this conference. And they're the three that are in front of you today. The pandemic, I think details of my speech might have leaked or something, because Michael D. Higgins and Patricia King have already said quite a lot of it, so I don't know how that happened, but there you go. The pandemic has indeed forced many of us in various parts of the world and our societies to have a good, long, hard look at the world that we've managed to create, the shortcomings, the anomalies and the serious problems that collectively we've allowed to develop over generations. And as I say, no greater example than the actual safety of the planet that we live on. The pandemic has also forced us into a position where we have to really take stock of what sort of world and what sort of societies and communities we want to achieve when the aftermath of this crisis and the recent economic crisis are behind us and what we want to do next. There can be nothing more important than healthcare, basically, and the availability of healthcare to everybody, regardless of their ability to pay, quick, efficient, safe treatment, delivered centrally, funded centrally via taxation, democratically accountable, and available to all, free at the point of use. The pandemic has highlighted that when the situation arises and the political will is there, it can be done, because we made moves towards that kind of facility and that kind of treatment at the start of the pandemic. And when the political will is there, it's been shown in other jurisdictions throughout the world, actually, that this can be achieved. I mean, if they can do it in Cuba, I'm sure we can do it here for a start. What this motion calls for is a formal commitment by our union today to actually adopt the model of healthcare, universal healthcare system, centrally funded, free at the point of use and universally available as policy, and to campaign with others vigorously to make sure that it happens, basically. That will be with other political parties, and it'll be with other agencies, and it'll be with the help of the many hundreds, thousands of members that we have in our ranks who actually are working in that sector. The expertise is there and it can be done. And I think by the looks of that clock, it looks like I'm running out of time. So I hope that we will universally, shall I say, accept this motion today, and then not just accept the motion, but act on it.
Thank you, Sean. Delegates, I'm going to suggest that I take the mover for motion 4 now as well.
That's me as well.
Who's Sean Loud. And then after that, I'll call for speakers.
Right. Am I still in sequence?
You are. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, me again. Look, everything I just said in terms of the original context of moving the first one about what the kind of society that we expect to see going forward after the aftermath of the two crises that we are currently trying to get over, the economic one and the pandemic. There is no reason in a civilized, decent, well-ordered society that we have to, that people have to sleep rough on the streets, and that people have to freeze to death in tents, or risk being bulldozed by people trying to clear them out of the way, or risk having to sleep rough to avoid the terrible prospect of sleeping in accommodation that would, if it were seen on TV, featuring animals, would be the cause of a lot of consternation and a lot of complaints. There is no reason that a civilized society has to put up with that. when I was growing up, albeit it wasn't here, it was in England, but when I was growing up, you didn't see people sleeping rough. I'm sure that many people can relate to that. You know, it's a new phenomenon. Whatever we were doing then, we were in a society that didn't have that problem. So something has happened over the last few decades that means we've gone from a society where you didn't see that happening at all on the streets to one where it's commonplace, and it's very harmful for society to be functioning in that way. It's harmful for the people who are experiencing that kind of deprivation and desperation, and it's harmful for the rest of us who are forcibly desensitized to the level of suffering experienced by our fellow men and women out there on the streets day in, day out. Again, political will is there. We can do something about this. We can choose to invest in public sector housing. We can choose to invest in housing first initiatives that give people a roof over their head and then intervene to try to sort out whatever problems that they had that led to them becoming homeless in the first place. And we can choose to invest in the kind of society that makes the provision that makes these problems less likely to happen in the first place, because it isn't something that is predestined, and it isn't something that can't be resolved and can't be alleviated if the public will and awareness is there. We have the expertise within our 80,000 membership to do something about this, because we have people working directly on the front line in that sector, or maybe not on the front line, but not so far from behind it, like people in my own branch who see this day in, day out, and have the level of professional expertise to help inform any campaign going forward. We also have a number of very, very high profile pressure groups and campaigning organisations in the country that are very, very good on this kind of thing. We've got Peter McBury, we've got Focus Island, we've got the Simon Community, we've got many, many more. So we're not starting from scratch, we're not reinventing the wheel. Finally, in the last 40 seconds that I've got, the idea that is sometimes put about by the right that you can't invest in public sector housing because it costs too much is an anomaly that we need to be ready for. Basically, it pays for itself. The situation we've got now where millions of euros are taken from the public sector purse and handed over to private landlords by way of the HAP scheme and other schemes is an absolute abomination in terms of housing provision, and it creates so many problems and adds to the problem of homelessness. That a fraction of that money put into the right places could be used to invest in with public sector housing, local authority housing, housing associations, democratically controlled housing that pays for itself through rent. The rental received, so it's actually cost negative in the end, and it actually makes a small profit. So any ideas that we can't afford this is rubbish. We actually can't afford to live in a society that doesn't give people decent accommodation and a decent home. So I hope that conference will pass this resolution unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for that. Delegates, I just want to clarify where we are now. The movers of motion 2, 3 and 4 have moved the motion. So a mover of a motion gets 4 minutes to speak. Anybody who's speaking to the motion will get 3 minutes to speak. And a number of people have indicated that they wish to speak on those motions. I just further want to clarify that if motion 2 is covered by motion 5, so if motion 2 is carried, it is deemed that motion 5 is. Can
I make a suggestion, Michael, from standing orders, that you deal with any speakers on motion 2, then put that to a vote, and then we can deal with 3 and 4 then. Okay. Okay. I just furthermore, I've just got news that the president is back online. Is that right?
Yes, I am, Michael. Apologies, I have no idea what happened there, but thankfully I had a backup surface. I'm not sure what happened.
Well, strange as it may be, my own system froze at exactly the same moment as yours. So there's a result present from the motion 1. I don't know if you received it, but motion 1 has passed. So I just want to give that to the delegates. I just don't. I don't have the figure, but it's
Okay.
passed. We'll come back to it. I get the figure and pass it to you. I pass back to the president.
Okay, motion 1 has passed for 769 against 20. So that was motion number 1, which was vote number 2. So I believe you're on the COVID-19 response, which is motions 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so you've had the speakers, I believe, on 2, 3, and 4. Is there any other speakers to the motions?
Yes, President. I have Gina O'Brien and Gillian Madigan.
Okay, that's grand. Gina, you're coming in obviously because your branch is higher education, which was the mover of motion 5. So obviously, as Michael has stated, motion 2 covers motion 5. In the event that motion 2 is adopted, it should be deemed to cover motion 5, which will not then need to be proposed. But you wish to speak to motion 2, Gina. So you're very welcome to speak, Gina.
Thanks, Anne. Yes, we were aware that when number 2, if it passed, motion 5 would also pass. Just to reiterate, motion number 2, Mark spoke very well on it. And just to add, 5 predominantly looks at and asks for measures in relation to the health, safety and well-being of members in the workplace, of public servants in the workplace. Particularly frontline workers in health, social services and education. And our thinking behind this motion was that the essential necessity to have appropriate PPE and equipment for workers, particularly those in the front line, but even apart from those in the front line, those working at the new norm, as we say, working from home. And working remotely, to make sure that the proper equipment and that their health and safety is paramount. So that's where our motion is coming from. And as I say, Margaret has spoken very well on it. So we hope, we ask people to support the motion. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Gina. I think Gillian also wants to come in to speak to motion number 2.
Yep, hello.
Hello, Gillian. Yes, thank you. You're very welcome.
I'm Gillian Madigan, the Agri Labs branch. It's in motion number 2. The branch completely supports what's in the motion, and we are all for it. We want everything implemented and in place and having a safe workplace. The problem that we have was with the title that Force NIC2 chose for their protocol, which was COVID-19 Return to Work Safely Protocol. I don't know about anyone else, I'm just speaking for my branch, but I didn't stop working during this. I and my colleagues were deemed essential workers, so I presented to work every single day during COVID-19 as normal. Even during these level 5 restrictions, I am still presenting to work every day. My colleagues on the branch took part in COVID-19 testing. At the start of this pandemic, due to the lab capacity, my colleagues took part, I wasn't involved in that, my colleagues took part in switching the lab to do the COVID-19 testing at the start for 3 months. Our work has continued. Even my colleagues who are working from home, the point there is they're working from home. Changing your workplace doesn't stop your actual work. Maybe they've taken on slightly different duties, but they've continued to work throughout this. The perception, and I know it was mentioned previously about the comments that the TD Mark McSharry made, but that was because of perception that civil servants were doing nothing. And we weren't. I'm not speaking for all the civil service, but I know for our branch, we continued to work throughout this. The recognition, we're not getting recognition for what we did. I physically continued to work, but physically presented to a workplace, and my colleagues, some of my colleagues did not. A lot of my colleagues, due to the schools being closed, could not come into work every morning, 9 to 5 or 9 to 5:45 as expected, but they worked. They came in the afternoon and worked till late. They worked weekends. They did what had to be done. And I just think the recognition was not given for that. And even the title, particularly with the title, which was Return to Work Safely. I believe a better title would have been a Work Safely Protocol or Return to the Workplace Safely. So while our branch does support this motion, I do want to recognise that we continue to work. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Gillian. And I think we can definitely note that being the case. And thank you very, very much for speaking so eloquently on that. Is there any other speakers to motion number 2? I don't think that anybody is looking to speak to motion number 2. So motion number 2 is vote number 3. Okay, colleagues. So I'm going to put motion number 2 for you to vote on. Bernard, can you let me know when we can take that vote?
I will, President. I'll get back to you shortly.
Okay, so motion number 2 would be vote number 3, and Bernard will indicate when that is open. Motion number 3, we're still on the COVID response. We've moved that motion. Is there any other speakers to motion number 3?
President, I had a note earlier, Charlie Weitzman.
Oh, okay. Do you want to unmute, Jeremy? So, to motion number 3, Jeremy, you want to speak to? That's from Westmeath Health and Welfare Branch.
Okay, you're live now, Charlie.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Am I there?
Yes,
you are. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair. So, Charlie Weitzman, Westmeath Health and Welfare Branch, speaking against motion 3. This motion, if carried, would place an inappropriate obligation on FORSA, and there are 2 reasons to reject this motion. I suppose, having heard the speaker presenting it, I have a feeling that there's an unintended use of language which gives rise to why I'm asking the motion is rejected. They refer to an all-Ireland health system. All Ireland is typically used to mean both jurisdictions, which may not have been the meaning. So the first objection is that listed in the rule book, there's a clear commitment to social justice principles. It's unquestionable that it's right that we advocate and fight for true universal healthcare for all. This motion in seeking to direct FORSA to campaign for an all-Ireland National Health Service oversteps the mark and strays into the political sphere. We're a non-political organization. Second, in directing the development of a high-profile campaign, this motion risks drawing essential and limited union resources away from existing priorities, such as the 4-day work week and all those highlighted in this morning's video. Delegates, there is a difference between a cross-border reciprocity agreement, which would allow and support cooperation in the sharing of resources, and a motion such as this one, which seeks the establishment of an interjurisdictional international organization. In the first instance, I move that the motion is remitted, particularly because I believe that the proposing branch did not intend to mean all Ireland in terms of both jurisdictions. Failing remittance, I ask conference to reject the motion. So I'm proposing remittance.
Okay, thanks for that, Jeremy. I just want to let you know that motion number 2, which is vote number 3, that's opened now presently at the moment for delegates. Motion number 2, which is vote number 3, is open for delegates to vote on. So motion number 2, vote number 3. Have I any other speakers to motion 3? No other speakers to motion number 3. Okay, motion number 4. Had all of the speakers come in on motion number 4?
No, President, we hadn't had any speakers.
We didn't have any speakers for motion number 4.
It was just proposed.
It was just, motion number 4 was just proposed. Okay, we have no other speakers to motion number 4. Okay, so we have to carry out the vote for motion number 2, vote number 3, first of all, and then we'll have to come back to move the rest of them, but nobody is signaling to me at the moment that they wish to speak in any of the other motions, so we'll have to come back to carry out the rest of those votes, if that's okay with everybody. So moving along now, we're actually come to the stage in the conference where we've come to the actual break for lunch. But before we do that, I just would like to tell conference, which I think is very important, was about the Forza 100k charity cycle, which actually took place on the 25th of September. So thank you to all our colleagues from Dublin, Cork, Wexford and Kildare who took part in that. And thanks, obviously the members that have taken part in that was Linda Casey, Tara Robinson, Billy Hannigan, Ryan McKenney, Dee O'Connell, Paul McSweeney, Diarmuid McGard, Stephen Broderick, Stuart O'Connor, Noel McCarthy, Darren Robinson, Paul Smith, Graham Finnegan, Desi Robinson and Eamon Donnelly. So it was great to think that they were still able to do that. We would have always done that if we were going to Killarney, and they would have come to Killarney. Also be mindful of the fact that the charities that they're supporting is Pieta House Kerry, Limerick Suicide Watch, First Fortnight and Suicide or Survive. All very worthy, all very important. And I suppose the fact that we don't have the face-to-face gathering in Killarney, we would have the bucket collections, you would have been very much aware of it. But it would be very important that we would be able to still support all of these worthwhile charities because they demand a lot from our services, and obviously their fundraising is at an all-time difficult space with the opportunity to raise funds severely restricted by COVID-19. So I want to thank the branches and the staff who've been so extremely generous so far in their donations. A number of branches have given us a commitment that they will make a donation. There's still time if your branch would like to contribute to this very worthy cause. And we want to thank the participants that took part in that. We're still able to do it. Great to think that they were still able to do it. And wouldn't it be great to think now that Forza in this virtual world would be able to make very worthy and needy donations to those very, very important charities. And obviously, thanks to the National Executive that would always make contributions as well. They would like to be in a position, they asked me to mention it to you today, that they would like to be in a position to be able to distribute some of the money before Christmas to these worthy charities. So if I could just maybe encourage you all to try and give as generously as possible under these circumstances. Okay, so I also want to draw your attention, and when we come back after the break, I want to draw your attention to Standing Orders Report number 5. Okay, Standing Orders Report number 5 is on the web page. It contains an emergency motion, and the Standing Orders Committee have proposed it, and they're recommending that it be taken after motion 8 has been taken in the afternoon, provided that conference agreed to its inclusion in the agenda. There needs to be a 2/3 majority agreement from conference to allow this emergency motion on to the agenda, which standing orders are proposing will be taken in the afternoon after motion 8. So it's up on the website, the Standing Orders Report, which contains the motion in the papers there. I would ask you and encourage you to have a look at it, and that when we come back after the lunch period, that I will be calling for the Standing Orders Report number 5 to be adopted, and that's asking that emergency motion will be taken on the conference agenda. So if you could just take an opportunity over to the lunch break to have a look at that. It will need 2/3 majority for the emergency motion to be taken, and it has been proposed by the Standing Orders Committee.
President, if I could come in.
Yes, Kevin, yeah.
Just, I think it might be useful just to relay, I think, where we're at in relation to votes. So there's currently a vote taking place in relation to motion 2. If that carries, motion 5 is automatically passed, is my understanding. In relation to motion 3, we have a proposal for remission in relation to motion 3. So I think you should ask the proposing branch whether or not they're in agreement for that. Obviously, depending on the answer, then you'll have to deal with that. And obviously, we haven't taken or got to the question of a vote on motion 4.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for that, Kevin. I think that Sean Louth wants to come back in, and Alan Smith has signalled that they wish to speak as well. So I'll take those two speakers.
Am I in business?
Yes, you are, Sean, is it?
I was going to exercise my right to reply, so if I could in at the end after the other speakers.
Okay, that's fine, Sean. I'll take Alan Smith.
Thank you, Anne. Hello to everybody. Can you hear me?
Can indeed, Alan, yeah.
Okay, just on the point of view of the charity cycle, I think it would just be maybe very helpful if maybe an email could come out from the union, just giving us details of how branches may be able to make that contribution if they're able to do so.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
So that was purely that, just to check on that, Anne. Thanks very much.
No problem. We'll get that communication out.
Great, thank you.
It has gone out previously, but we'll certainly get it out again. Thanks for that, Alan. Okay, there's nobody else saying that they wish to speak. So, Sean, you wanted to come back in on the right of reply?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, the wording was deliberate. Now, this motion isn't calling for that we go out there and campaign for a united Ireland. There probably will be people sitting around the conference who would be quite happy for us to go out and campaign on that. That is not what this motion is calling for. It's simply calling for health care free at the point of use for all the people on this island as an organisational priority more than anything else, because not to be able to do it on this geographical mass that we live on is an anomaly, really, that we can do something about without getting too much into the sectarian issues around the United Ireland. So that's not what this calls for. This calls for exactly what it says it calls for. It would just seem very odd for us not to support a move in the direction of universal healthcare provision, free to all citizens, free at the point of use, funded centrally, and democratically accountable, and all the rest of it. It would be a very odd thing for us to vote against that, particularly at this time. And I think that the concern around the wider political issues, yeah, everything's political to a degree, but that is not what this calls for. It is perfectly safe for us to campaign on this and for us to pass this motion as a first step to achieving a decent, proper healthcare system that's based on need rather than with your ability to pay for it, which is what we've got now. Finally, in terms of priorities, yeah, we prioritise. I don't know how especially given the context that we're in now with the pandemic, that we can entertain any idea that proper, decent healthcare availability to all people isn't a priority up there with anything else that we're dealing with now. So I would hope that still the conference will decide to pass this motion.
Okay, well, Sean, I was going to ask your views on what was your branch's views on maybe remitting it, but obviously from that you're not there. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, we feel this is perfectly safe to put to the vote, and we would like to. And there hasn't been a huge number of speakers against either, so we want to put this to the vote and move on and get on with it, basically.
Okay, thanks, Sean, for that. I have another speaker that wants to come in at this stage. I think it's BJ McIntyre.
Yes, hello, how are you doing? BJ McIntyre, Revenue Executive, Grades Branch. Where is this emergency motion on the website? If a link could be sent to us where we could access it, I can't actually find it. I've been clicking around the website and I can't find it. If you might be able to give us some instruction on that, please.
Okay, that's fine. We'll look into that, BJ, if I get the link set up. As far as I was told, it was put up on the Forza website, but we'll look into that. Okay. Okay, so we just 1 second. There's no other speakers, I don't think, at this stage, is there? Is there
No,
any?
President.
Okay, there's no other speakers. Okay, so motion number 2, vote number 3 is taking place at the moment. Okay, I'm not sure, Bernard, if we can move on to take any other votes at this stage, or do we have to wait for that one to clear out? You might just come in and verify that for me.
Yeah, I've checked that, President. So you can take more than one vote at a time. So if you want to take the votes related to the motions 3 and 4, we can do that simultaneously, and perhaps report back after lunch might make sense. But there's no technical impediment to taking more than one vote at a time.
Okay, so motion 2, vote number 3 is open at the moment. So we can take motion 3, vote number 4. And that's about it being remitted. Am I clear in that, Billy?
Yeah, we have that, President. So motion, the vote number 4 is on the proposal to remit.
On the proposal to remit. So that's motion 3, vote number 4 is on the proposal to remit.
Yeah, kind of take that first.
And that means that those in favour are in favour of remission. So
yes.
In favour of remission.
Okay. And then motion 4 will be vote number 5. So motion 2, vote number 3 is open at the moment. You're going to open motion 3, vote number 4, which is in favour of it's about the remission, in favour of the remission, if that's carried. And motion 4 is vote number 5. Okay, and also bearing in mind that motion 2, if it's carried, also carries motion number 5.
That's correct.
Okay, that all.
Again, just to say that vote number 4 is now open. That's the vote on the remission, and we're just getting the and motion 5 is open as well.
Okay, so motion 3, vote number 4 is open. That's regarding to the remission. And motion 4, vote number 5 is presently open as well. Okay, so you have motion 2, vote number 3, you have motion 3, vote number 4, and you have motion 4, which is vote number 5. Okay, Bernard, can I also ask you about getting the link to the lead delegates about the Standing Orders Report number 5 over the lunch break, as was stated?
Just so that you know, it is now on the website under the conference documents section of the website. The report is there, but we can try to send the link out to principal delegates over lunch as well.
Okay, so it's on the conference documents on the website. Okay, okay. So we're going to adjourn now. I would ask delegates to come back online at 13:50 for conference resumption at 2 o'clock. This will be a closed session until 3:15. So the closed session will only be for the principal delegates and the NEC members. That normally delegates would be able to attend the closed session, but is not possible this year because of the technical restraints. So the live streaming will not be available from now until 3:15. We're back online out of closed session in 3:15. The closed session is for principal delegates and NEC members, and or anybody that's watching the conference, if you can please come back to the live stream at 3:15, where we'll be addressing the union strategic review, 5-year strategic plan, employment, pay issues, working time, and remote working, which is all very, very important procedural issues for the organisation. So all of those votes are taking place as well. If you could familiarise yourselves with the Standing Orders Report number 5, we'll come back to that when we come back, and we'll see you all. If you could be back at 10:50 to get started at 2. We hope to be able to show a video when we come back straight away first into closed session until 3:15. Okay, thank you all. You're all very welcome back. We're going to move on now to the Strategic Organising Review Project, including a video presentation. And I'd just like to introduce this session. And it's the introduction to the SORT session. We are now at the section of our agenda dealing with the Union Strategic Organising Change Project. 2 documents have been circulated to you all in this context. The first of these is an update report on the position in relation to each of the priority areas of activity being dealt with by the project team. The second is the text of a strategic plan for Forsa for the next 5 years, which was adopted by the National Executive Committee at its October meeting. The formation of Forsa represents the combined effort of union members, activists and staff in the creation of a better, stronger trade union. Our 3 former unions had a history of solid success. With a union of over 80,000 members, our challenge now is to build upon the considerable successes we have achieved to date. As indicated in the strategic plan, our core mission is to create a union where members feel valued, a union where activists feel empowered, and a union where staff feel heard and involved. To achieve this, it is essential we define a clear vision for Forsa. This strategic plan conveys a vision of increased relevance and influence for Forsa within the workplace and beyond. In developing this plan, the views of union members, branches, activists and staff were garnered together through extensive consultation, including interviews, workshops, and over 100 written submissions. The plan reflects the outcome of this consultation process.
Don't have trustee. Never have trustee.
Sorry, could I just ask everybody to mute, please? Sorry, I'll just go back on that. In developing this plan, the views of union members, branches, activists and staff were garnered together through extensive consultation, including interviews, workshops and over 100 written submissions. The plan reflects the outcome of this consultation process. The strategic plan defines what we stand for, our values and how we propose to set about achieving our objectives, which is our culture. It reflects the nature of our membership organisation and sets out the 5 core strategic objectives to which we are committed to. We will now have a short video presentation related to the Organisational Change Project. Following this, the General Secretary will address you on the importance of the Union's Change Project, and then the floor will be open for your comments and observations. So, Jason, I would ask you to show the video to conference, please.
Because in the end of the day, it's all about the member.
Forsa is led and it's driven and run by our members.
The union really needed to look at all of its systems and processes and its own ambition for itself. We shouldn't operate on the basis that just because things were a certain way for the previous year or decade or longer, that should continue to be the case. And that if we were going to create a new union, a really great new union, I got a small group of people together really to brainstorm what the challenges might be. It's great that we are now at a point where we have a 5-year strategic plan.
It's about defining a clear vision for Forsa, that the view of the members, the branches, the activists and the staff were all gathered together through intensive consultation.
For the first time, really, dedicated capacity within the union to try and address the things that needed to be changed.
It's clear, from feedback from members on some occasions that, there are things that the organisation could do to streamline its activity in a number of ways and updating systems and things like that, but also aligning the organisation as a whole with a centralised strategic plan seemed like a very good idea as well.
And it's about building power by ensuring members, activists and staff organise, they increase their identity.
Well, I think the development of a strategic plan for the union will allow us hopefully to have a set of common shared objectives across the union.
And empower our members and branches to take ownership of the issues that they face.
The strategic organisational review is essentially about union power. Who has it and how do we use it?
The language like empowerment and the concentration on reps and the workplace representative charter and things like that are mentioned in the document.
So the union is run by members, for members, in the interest of members.
We foster a sense of belonging. You know, I've been empowered in every occasion, in every way.
It really gives a sense that, you know, the people at the front line are going to be seen as a core unit of the organisation.
Making sure that the grassroots activists are at the very heart of our campaigns.
That we're open and that we're inclusive, that we're a diverse organisation.
And as a membership-led organisation, the union's greatest strength are our activists and our members, because they define everything that we do. They're the very manifestation of who we are.
Looking a lot at the communication with the younger members.
And keeping people engaged, I find it quite positive.
There's something in there in all the strategic objectives, though, to benefit members.
And it's positive that Forsa are looking to make those changes, and they will make a difference.
You still have to keep in mind, you have to be dealing with the things that are important to us.
So it should make the organising process easier and more effective.
That's my greatest takeaway from the strategic plan.
I work in a place that's full of young people, and we're still recruiting younger members. You know, we're still very relevant to them.
What we're trying to achieve is a unified approach for branches, for members, activists and staff to try and achieve the best things possible for our members.
Making sure that we utilise strong relationships within the political system to build influence and to deliver outcomes for members.
And I think at the heart of this is very strong branches with great connections to the unions.
The success of our campaign, it just proves a point that collectively we can get there. But now with Forsa, and okay, with the modern times that is in it, WhatsApp and all communications, it's easier to get people involved. But you need guidance. We all need to work together. We need to work collectively.
We were very pleased with the degree of engagement. Some of them engaged right across the whole spectrum of the issues that we raised with them. Some of them focused in on areas of particular interest to themselves. Engagement with community, engagement with other unions, expertise and knowledge in very detailed submissions to the project group. So we were very pleased with that.
Our greatest asset is our people. Our greatest asset is the ability of our people to work together. You know, the union is at its strongest when you have a combination of members and branches out there focused on a particular objective, supported by a really dedicated staff group.
We encourage strong leadership at every level within the organisation.
And that's what this process was about, so that we can actually deliver better outcomes for our members.
We put our members to the centre of what we do.
And they want our union to be as strong as possible.
We care for our members.
They want our union to be as professional as possible.
And that we bear in mind that everything that we do within the organisation remains relevant and remains focused.
We now have a strategic plan for a 5-year period, and we will, I suppose, next year start adding new and different projects to the work of the team.
To me, it just seems to be the way forward to get people engaged.
Thanks everybody for your contributions to that. Is the General Secretary who's going to come in next, Kevin Callanan, to speak directly to the SORT and Strategic 5-Year Plan.
The strategic plan to which the President has referred, and which is in your conference papers, sets out Forsa's key goals over the next 5 years. It is the roadmap for our immediate future. The plan is designed to provide focus and direction to advance the union's objectives and to establish and underpin a unity of purpose among members, activists and staff. It will ensure that all parts of the organisation have a common understanding of our priorities at local and national level in the short, medium and long term. It is a comprehensive and ambitious programme which will involve us changing for the better what we do and how we do it. It will ensure that we are and remain a member-centred organisation, which puts members at the heart of everything we do. It is designed to help us build union power by ensuring members, activists and staff organise and increase union density. At the heart of the plan, there are 5 core objectives. 1, organising to create a stronger, more powerful union. 2, delivering for members. 3, campaigning and influencing. 4, building an efficient and effective union. And 5, future-proofing Forsa for the challenges ahead. Considerable progress has been made in putting in place processes to facilitate the significant changes we need to ensure we strengthen our union. The NEC has approved a substantial capital investment in a membership system and technology review. Aside from storing membership data, we want an all-in-one, one-stop shop for branch activists, staff and members accessing information and support. Considerably more work remains to be done. We need to strengthen branch supports, development and membership engagement. We need to ensure our representative structures reflect the diversity of our membership. We need to make the most of technological innovation to increase our profile and our influence. It's essential to keep all areas of our activities under critical review to ensure we have the capacity to best serve the interests of Forsa members and potential members. At every level, there exists an ambition to ensure that Forsa becomes a better and stronger union. The delivery of these union-wide priorities requires a commitment from all of us to change and to adapt our processes and supports. The biggest requirement is to recognise that there has to be a sense of urgency and determination to implement the significant changes required to make Forsa better and stronger.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Kevin. I have a number of speakers to speak now. I have 3 that have shown already to me, and if anybody else wishes to contribute to this this session, you're very welcome. Noreen O'Mahony, SNA Munster Branch and Chairperson of the Education Division, is first to speak to this part of the conference. So, Noreen, I invite you to address the delegates.
Thanks, Ellen. The SOAR project has been a wonderful initiative, I feel, and it was a fantastic forum for branches to engage with the union and something that I would be keen to see continue. There's huge potential for growth across the education division, and the SOAR team will be an integral part in coordinating an approach with this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Noreen, for that. The next speaker on this section is Seamus Smith from Local Government Branch. So, Seamus, I'd ask you to address delegates.
Yeah, Seamus Smith, Kerry Branch, welcoming and speaking on behalf of the report. Firstly, may I congratulate all involved on a very well-run conference under the current circumstances. Delegates, we can all agree that it is vital to have vibrant Forsa branches and that all of our workplaces have the highest levels of union membership possible. From the perspective of the local government division and as a branch secretary myself, I would like to welcome the report on strategic change within the union. The emphasis on intelligence gathering in respect of union mapping represents our best opportunity to grow the union. How? Well, by identifying and developing new reps and activists. This is the bedrock, I believe, upon which we will drive up union density. Workplace mapping needs to become an integral part of the union activity and how we operate at branch level. Again, as a branch activist, I welcome the decision to commence a pilot mapping project across both the local government and municipal divisions. Over the coming weeks, activists from both of these divisions will commence training aimed at understanding union mapping. Our union mapping will be arming activists with the information, knowledge and tools to strategically map. So for the first time ever, the union will map workplaces in a coordinated effort, gathering information in a unified manner, and that's welcome. The success of this project obviously will rely on local knowledge and the commitment of all current workplace activists. Within these two divisions, our union will be developing the mapping activity tied to our industrial divisional aims by mapping and organising new members. The project will be using issue-based organising to support our divisional ballot on job evaluation, and will also be campaigning around this issue in order to engage with members and potential members. This project presents an opportunity for all our branches to act strategically and collectively, and I know my branch looks forward to establishing in 2021 how this pilot progresses and what lessons we have learned in order for us to have a successful national mapping plan rolled out across the entire union, and one that will stand us in good stead in all future industrial, divisional and cross-divisional aims. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Seamus. I'll call now on Pat Fallon from the Sligo Health Branch to address this part of the conference. Pat, you want to speak to delegates?
You can talk, yeah.
Okay. Pat Fallon, Sligo Health and Local Government Branch, speaking by way of endorsement of the SORT report and specifically the strategic plan. Comrades, the creation of FORSA was simply about one thing: to create a more powerful union, pooling our resources, drive, commitment and enthusiasm to be the voice of over 80,000 members. Seizing the opportunity to create a greater influence across Irish society, to drive up terms and conditions, to improve the lives of our members, our families and our communities. What particularly strikes me about the strategic plan as adopted by the National Executive is that it outlines core strategic objectives that will direct much of the work of our union over the next 5 years. It puts members, activists and branches at the centre of all of our activity. The lifeblood of any union is its activists. The strategic plan underpins the supports required to assist us as activists in our critical role, providing the tools to ensure that we continue to build an effective union in workplaces and employments across all divisions and at every level of our union. The strategic plan is also our vision for building a better society. It's essentially our manifesto for a fairer and more equal society, standing up for workers and citizens and defending public services. If we are to realise our vision, then the strategic plan needs to be a living document. It requires every one of us to own it, promote it, and above all, to deliver it. FORSA is a union run by members, for members, in the interests of members. The strategic plan can assist us in growing the union and building stronger branches. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Pat. I think Kieran Kisson wants to come in.
Thanks, President. I won't delay you. I just wanted to say that I endorse this initiative by FORSA and by the National Executive to look at putting in place a strategic plan. I think it can really help to try and provide direction for the new union, but also provide a strong framework for us to assess the progress that we're making. And I think it is very welcome, especially given the challenges that we're now facing, but also the opportunities, I think, which were clearly highlighted this morning, both in terms of the contribution from Patricia King and also from the President, Michael D. Higgins, in terms of the fundamental shift that's taking place in relation to how we consider the balance between society and the economy. And I think that that is one where FORSA is in a strong position to play a key role. And I think the strategic plan is a key building block in that regard.
Thanks, Kieran. You might just tell us what branch that you're representing, Kieran, if that's okay.
State Enterprises number 1, and thanks for the honourable mention for State Enterprises number 1 at the start of this afternoon session.
Okay, thanks very much, Kieran. Does anybody else want to make any contributions here now at this stage? Okay. No, nobody's highlighting that they want to. I want to thank Noreen, Seamus, Pat and Kieran for the contributions there, and obviously a very much a live document and a programme of work, a project to work, and something that the National Executive is very clearly engaged with and leading out on. So it will be very interesting to see how everything develops on this particular item, but certainly wishing it the best of luck and support, and hopefully that it will be everything that we want it to be and everything that it should be, particularly for the most important people in this organisation, who are the members. So thank you all very much for your contributions there. So I'm going to move on in the agenda now to the Developing World Fund. We have a video on that, but just before it, the Forza Developing World Fund allocates over 600,000 a year to international projects supporting education, development, human rights and equality, and trade union rights and organisation. The fund is administered by a subcommittee of the National Executive Committee, which has established transparent criteria for funding applications and reporting on project spending and activities. Much of it goes to support trade union development projects through the International Federation, Public Services International, or PSI, and this has also enhanced Force's profile and reputation in the international trade union movement. Solidarity funds existed at all previous unions, which now make up Forza, and it's a legacy that proudly lives on. The short video gives us an insight into some of the incredible work achieved because of your generous donations.
Trade unions, by their very nature, are internationalist organisations. Forza is part of a global community, and together we fight for workers' rights and quality public services. The driving force behind this is our belief in human rights and equality. Forza is unique in that 3% of our membership subscription fees are ring-fenced for our Developing World Fund. And since we were established almost 3 years ago, our members have donated roughly €1.8 million to a range of solidarity projects in the developing world.
Forza has supported Concern. This has enabled us to work with refugee populations in Chad. It has enabled us to support people trying to get on their feet and back into the employment stream in the Central African Republic. It has enabled us to respond to families who've been affected by Cyclone Idai in Malawi that washed them out of their house and home.
The graduation program focuses on promoting self-reliance and building resilience of the extreme poor in Malawi, thereby reducing the need for external support in the long run. This is a 5-year program, and the funding from Forza helped us reach the beneficiaries with a broad range of activities such as cash transfers, business skills training, capital transfers, and other enabling environment activities such as lead farmer engagement and seed fairs.
Unions first came together to form Public Services International over 100 years ago with one key goal: building international solidarity and support for comrades across the world. Thanks to unions like Forza, we are proud to continue this legacy by supporting female health workers to form their first union in Pakistan.
और उसके बाद IMR infant mortality rate जो है ना उसको कम करना है, और इसके अलावा जो फैमिली प्लानिंग का काम है CPR उसके रेशियो को बढ़ाना है.
से हर तहफ़्फ़ुज़ हमें मिला, नौकरी हमारी जो गवर्नमेंट हुई है यूनियन की तरफ से. अगर यूनियन ना होती तो हम भी नहीं होते, फिर यूनियन हमसे, हम यूनियन से हैं.
The series began actually in 1999, and the primary focus was economic. So it was a critique of globalization, it was a critique of predatory capitalism, but okay, they're the big issues that you want to address. but primarily you have to tell them through stories.
Nurture Africa empowers vulnerable African families to become more self-reliant. We do this through a holistic, family-centered model, providing health, education, sustainable livelihood, and child protection activities. Over 400 most at-risk youth, mainly girls, have had vocational training and access to employment.
Here is our vocational center where it's learn vocational skills, financial skills, life skills, family planning, and benefits of joining a trade union. Here we train Visla guardians on nutrition and backyard farming. Since they have limited spaces, we provide for them the bags to plant in their vegetables.
All this thanks to FOSA.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, FOSA.
Ziko Mwampi. FOSA's contributions to global solidarity is making a real difference.
Okay, thanks for that video. Certainly very inspiring. And the Developing World Fund Committee works extremely hard to ensure that there's good governance, and it's very important that we continue that work. And I suppose both myself and Kevin Callanan can verify that last year we got the opportunity just in early December to go to Pakistan to look at that Lady Healthcare Workers project, and I have to tell you, it was truly an amazing trip, an inspiring trip, and the courage portrayed by those particular ladies and group of people was absolutely phenomenal. So it was a great experience, great to be able to meet Rosa Pavanelli, General Secretary of PSI on that trip, and also to be able to bring the FORSA name to the country, and to give a little bit of our experience and what we bring to the table. But it was truly very remarkable experience. One I certainly won't forget anyway. So thank you very much for that. So now we're going to move on to the next part of the agenda, which is jobs and pay. It's motion number 6 and motion number 7. Motion number 6 has an amendment, but just to let you know, delegates, that motion 7 is covered by motion 6. So if motion 6 is passed in the name of the National Executive, motion 7 automatically passes. So the first part of this motion is the amendment, and I would call on Teresa Barrett, who's the lead rep for the branch, proposing the amendment. Just to let you all know as well that it's an NEC motion, and the NEC is not opposing the amendment. They're quite happy to accept the amendment. So formally, Teresa, if I could just get you to move the amendment.
Thanks, President. Teresa Barrett, Principal Delegate on behalf of the ESB Grades, proposing the amendment to motion number 6. Our amendment seeks the inclusion of one short phrase, and it is simply at section 4 to include the phrase "to include a pay increase" in the piece on a public service stability agreement successor. And we believe that in it speaks for itself, President, and needs no further clarification. We commend it to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. And Teresa, just before I put that to the conference, I believe this may be your last day working for members and working for FORSA. I believe that you're taking a well-earned rest and heading for retirement. And the FORSA family definitely sends you the best of good luck and the best of good wishes. Health and happiness to you, Teresa. And thanks for all your valued work on behalf of members within this organisation.
Thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, so conference, is it agreeable to accept that amendment without me having to put it to a vote, as the National Executive is in agreement with it? And obviously you will hear that from the person that's moving this amendment is our own General Secretary, Kevin Calland, is moving this motion and actually feels that the amendment is adding to what he's trying to do. So if I could take it as agreement, and then we'd vote on the motion. So if that was okay, I'll call on Kevin Callan to propose motion 6 on behalf of the National Executive, and it's a pre-recorded speech. Kevin also in his speech is going to update you on some engagements that he's had with DEEPR. Obviously, it's a successor to the PSSA agreement, whether it is or not, but it's more detail that he has, a little bit more that he has from the Consultative Council. So both is covered in the recordings.
Kevin Callan, General Secretary, Conference. Before I move motion 6 on jobs and pay, I want to take the opportunity to give you an update on the engagements that I've been having with the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform since the Consultative Council met on the 22nd of October. I had hoped to come to this conference with news of substantial progress in the exploratory talks that have been taking place, but I'm only in a position to report that over the last 10 days or so, these engagements have intensified significantly. That means that it's still not possible to say with any confidence that Forsa and other unions will be able to put a PSSA successor to a ballot in the near future. But on the positive side, with my fellow officers of the ICTU Public Services Committee, I've been in focused, dedicated sessions with senior DEEPR officials. These have covered issues outstanding from the Haddington Road Agreement, including additional hours and working time, the potential shape of a sectoral bargaining mechanism, dispute resolution and service stability issues, and modernisation and flexibility. I think you'll understand that I'm not in a position at this stage to go into the fine detail of what has been explored in these sessions, but I would share my belief, which I've relayed to the government side, that discussions on flexibility in the public service can and must take a different course than in previous years. Given the experience of the past 8 months, civil and public servants do not come to this from a defensive position. In the talks, I've been able to point to a magnificent display of commitment, flexibility, hard work, and agility in the provision of public services. In our health service, including community and mental health services, in the heat of the pandemic, and often an extreme personal risk to a range of health workers. In social protection, in revenue, and in other civil service departments too, where hundreds of thousands of new income and business supports were implemented and delivered virtually overnight. In schools, where a difficult and potentially dangerous September return to classrooms was managed and delivered with the determination to overcome all obstacles. And in local authority services like water, libraries and civil defence, which placed themselves at the heart of the community COVID response. And in the largely seamless way that services were maintained and often expanded, even as tens of thousands of workers were dispatched to work at home, often without adequate equipment, or in the most difficult of situations. And I want to acknowledge too the equally patriotic solidarity we saw from Forsa members and others in telecoms, postal services, the cultural sector, and elsewhere. And indeed across the economy, in retail, the food industry, IT, support, distribution, and many other sectors. Now I want to turn to motion 6 and to move the motion on behalf of the NEC. Conference motion 6 is deliberately broad in scope as it sets out the union's commitment to restoring employment and improving incomes in all sectors, including community and voluntary organisations and the sectors hardest hit by the COVID shock. In that particular regard, it commits us to fight for the maintenance of state-funded income supports at all levels that can sustain individuals and families, job-creating state investment in infrastructure, climate action, and high-quality public services, and business supports to support employment, which must be linked to decent standards and to workers' rights. But as I've outlined in my update, there is a particular focus on public service pay right now. That's because the current agreement expires 6 weeks from today. This is naturally of concern for the people we represent, but it is also a huge challenge for the government and indeed everyone who depends on the stability, sustainability, and the quality of public services. History has taught us that the absence of a public service agreement means uncertainty at best and chaos at worst. And we in Forsa do not want to see a focus on difficulties and disputes. Instead, we want to continue to step up to the challenge in front of the public service in these extraordinary times. Our ambition is to maintain the momentum we've achieved in 2020 and to sustain and acknowledge this spirit of community and commitment to delivery, a spirit that has cast our public services in a new and positive light, and to apply it to the big challenges ahead. Challenges like keeping our schools open, but also addressing the deficits that arose for children during the crisis and indeed before it even happened. Like continuing the fight against COVID-19 and preparing for the distribution of vaccines, and meeting the many health needs, including mental health needs, that for reasons we understand have gone unmet in recent months. Like rebuilding our economy and society in the wake of the pandemic, while negotiating Brexit with or without a deal, which will present huge challenges across civil service departments and state agencies. And like making the best of the opportunities presented by Next Generation EU, the EU's Recovery Fund, and the multi-annual financial framework due to come into force next year. The NEC welcomes and accepts the amendment from the EASP Executive Grades branch, which chimes with the approach that I've taken on these discussions since 2019. Forsa has said clearly and repeatedly that any new agreement needs to do 3 things. It needs to address specific outstanding austerity measures, including the Haddington Road hours. Some observers think we're not serious about that. I want to make this crystal clear, that it will be an essential element of any new agreement for this union. It must also provide a path to address and to ultimately resolve long-standing issues within individual public service grades, groups, and categories. And it also must include an acceptable approach to pay overall. Of course, we understand that the approach to pay must be realistic in the context of an extremely challenging economic and fiscal situation. But it also has to hold out hope. Hope at a time when all of the economic projections point to a rapid economic and fiscal bounce back once the COVID shock stabilizes. And we have cause to hope that this will start to happen in the coming months. The increase in private savings during the pandemic points to a crisis of confidence at the root of our economic difficulties. This is further evidence of the need for government to reject the austerity approach adopted in the last fiscal crisis in the public service and indeed across our communities, because it saps confidence from our economic biosphere. If we give people hope, we also give them confidence. Confidence to spend and to participate in the economy and in our communities. This will be the lifeblood that can quickly rejuvenate businesses, be they big, small, or medium. This is the route to rapid employment, to economic and fiscal recovery, which must be grasped in all sectors of the economy, public, private, and community. And this is what Motion 6 speaks to. Conference, I ask you to support the motion.
Thank you, Kevin, for that. I'm now going to call on the mover of motion 7, which is Sean Loud, to address conference, to give him an opportunity. As motion 6 carries motion 7, it's just I'd like to give Sean the opportunity just to speak to motion 6.
Thank you. This is a perfectly reasonable. Can I just check? Can you hear me?
I can indeed, yeah. I could.
This is a perfectly reasonable, non-controversial motion that, if backed, would obviously make that if realised would obviously make a big difference to hundreds of thousands of people. But my regret about this motion actually is enough to make me wish that I could go back and write it again, given how on reflection, how toothless and generalistic and non-specific it actually is. It should, if I were to write it again, probably should mention the 1990 Industrial Relations Act, which it doesn't mention, as do our original motion 64 to 67 so eloquently mention. And in passing this, which I assume that we will, I think it's probably safe to assume that if motion 64 and 67 had been included today in the agenda as they should have been and could have been, they too would have been passed. Furthermore, I think it might have been better too if I'd mentioned the legal protections and provisions in law that, or the lack of, that are currently affecting the Debenhams workers in their struggle for a half-decent redundancy. The fact that they still need our support, our active support, in the midst of what they're going through at the moment. It's probably a good job that I didn't write all that, because if I had included that, I'd run the risk of some voice of reason coming beaming in from the ether and telling me to be careful and not to rock the boat because it's all getting a bit political and it's we need to be careful with that kind of thing, as unfortunately happened with my earlier motion. Now, of course, this motion should be passed. There's a lot of good things in it that should be passed, and I hope that I will get support for it. It's the third of our branch's emergency motions, all of which are about the potential and the urgency for transformation in world affairs, and that includes the affairs of the union and the labour movement as well. And we've had inspiring speeches today about, ending neoliberalism and ending austerity politics, and we've had universal healthcare, although we didn't manage to vote for it, transforming the world and all the rest of it. And it's great, and words are one thing, but, actions are another completely. Today, we unfortunately let go the chance to vote for universal healthcare, which is terrible in my view. And we also let go the chance to make the repeal of the 1990 Industrial Relations Act union policy, which we could have done. If that's the type of limitation that we place on ourselves as a movement, then the opportunity for transformation that has presented itself over the last few years, particularly over the last few months, will be lost, and we will transform nothing. We will spend another 100 years hoping for scraps from the table while we send our officials off to negotiate something that they come back to us and tell us, oh, I'm sorry, but that's the best we can do. Do we really, is that really the best that we think we can do? I don't think it is. We've been marched up the hill so many times, only to be disappointed by what we've ended up, being faced with. And, we can do better than some of the compromises and the lack of ambition that we currently are faced with. We need to start representing the anger and the frustration of the working class rather than filtering it and rather than neutering it, as we are doing now. There are 80,000 of us, and we can do better than what we're doing. Now, today, November 19th, is the anniversary of the execution of Joe Hill, who was, obviously, we all know who Joe Hill was. He was an activist shot for his labour activities. And his famous quotation is, if the workers took a notion, they could stop all speeding trains, every ship upon the ocean, they can tie with mighty chains. Now, I can't understand what is so difficult about that for us to understand and for us to grasp as a union and as a movement. And if we don't grasp it now, well then when will we?
Okay, Sean? I think we may have lost.
No, I don't know if you've heard any.
I didn't get the last couple of sentences there, Sean, but just to be mindful of time, you're just coming up to time. Sorry, you're gone again, Sean. I think we got the overall gist of what you were saying, Sean.
Right, I don't know how much of that you heard and how much you didn't hear.
Yeah, we got the majority of it, Sean. We got the majority of it. Just the last few lines there we may not have got, but we got the majority of it. So look, thank you for your contribution. Okay, Sean's over time anyway. So is there any other speakers that wish to come in to speak to this motion? And obviously, bearing in mind we are where we are at the minute, and unfortunately, as was reported earlier on, those motions that Sean was referring to have been referred to the National Executive, and there is an opportunity there, Sean, for your branch to write directly to the National Executive. So unfortunately, that's due to the crisis that we find ourselves in. Obviously, weren't able to have the face-to-face conference. Is there anybody else, Jason, that's showing that they want to come in to speak?
No, President.
Okay, nobody else showing at this stage that they want to come in to speak. Okay, can I just, that's motion number 6. So I'm going to put motion number 6 to a vote. So it's motion number 6, which is vote number 9. Motion number 6, which is vote number 9. And that's the amended motion. Okay, where the amended motion, the addition which has been accepted by the NEC, it's the full amended motion. So it's motion number 6, vote number 9. Bernard, can you?
Yes, President, we've asked for that vote to be opened. It'll take a few moments, so we'll let you know when it happens.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we move on then to.
President, if I could interrupt again, that vote is now ready for you if you want to open the voting.
Okay, fine. Okay, that's officially open. So it's motion number 6 and vote number 9. Being mindful that if number 6 passes, it also carries number 7 that was moved by Sean Loud's branches. So I'm going to move on to the next part of the agenda, which is reducing and organising working time, and it's motion number 8. So I call on Vice President Eugene Gargan to propose motion number 8 on behalf of the NEC. It's a pre-recorded, so Jason, I'd ask you to play to delegates. I'll invite any speakers, and I'll take them then after that.
Hello, Conference. I'm Eugene Gargan, representing the National Executive, and I'm proposing motion number 8, reducing and reorganising working time. Colleagues, the text of this motion is laid before you in your conference documentation, but let me summarise it for you first. The shock to established working practices that COVID-19 caused has rightly led to many workers and employers to re-evaluate their traditional nature of work. The reality is that automation increases productivity, reduced working time without loss of pay is the means of sharing the benefits of new technology and distributing the available work, just as in previous technological revolutions which have led to reduced working time. We believe that the next logical consideration is to look at breaking through the traditional 19th century notions of productivity just being measured in hours. In doing so, some of the old arguments are likely to resurface. The discredited views that workers are purely self-interested and will only be industrious when forced to do so are often peddled by the same sort of people who in the past thought that anything less than a 6-day week would lead to serious national economic harm. The reality is that automation, developments in information technology, and the continued drive for efficiency will naturally erode vast volumes of work that many of us now consider routine. We all know that the easiest thing to automate is generally that which is repetitive, and that the most difficult tasks requiring thought, experience, and problem-solving intellect remain done by humans. I cannot speak of the changes to our working lives without making some mention of the hazards attendant with it. Working remotely or at home is not for everyone. To start with, not all roles lend themselves to remote working. Our colleagues in health, social protection and education, among many others, can testify to that. Even for those whose job function may operate outside the office, the isolation from colleagues can be detrimental to their health. Among those are workers who may be vulnerable to domestic violence, or even those who simply don't have the space at home or a broadband connection. All those exceptions aside, when embracing the benefits of new technology, we should remain aware that some aspects of remote working do pose a risk to the general welfare and privacy of workers. Forsa launched and continues to champion the 4-day week campaign in Ireland. Our campaigning team has strategically engaged with various employers, the National Women's Council of Ireland, as well as other NGOs, including environmental groups and, of course, Congress. They've demonstrated that even before COVID, the benefits to society in general were substantial, even highlighting the indirect effects, such as the corresponding reduction in traffic volumes and other environment benefits that come from it. Studies from the 4-day week campaign show that workers are at their most valuable when not fatigued. The nature of work is moving in a direction that values these creative, empathetic and artistic qualities that can only be provided by people working at their peak intellectual capacity. Work regimes need to change to take account of this. I do not need to teach this conference anything when it comes to the impact of the Haddington Road Agreement on our members. Those who had their working hours increased as part of the measures required under the harsh Troika regime should, I believe, as a matter of basic fairness, be at the head of the queue when it comes to addressing their need to have their hours returned as a matter of priority. This motion is in no way radical, but it is an imaginative and realistic response to the significant changes that are occurring in technology, work organisation and working time. Colleagues, I commend this motion to you and thank you for your support.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Eugene. Do I have any speakers to that motion, motion number 8?
President, I have Paul Smith.
Paul Smith wishing to speak to motion number 8.
Paul, you're live.
Paul?
Can you hear me there?
Yeah, you're speaking to motion number 8.
It's Paul Smith from the PRA Executive Branch. I'd just like to ask people to support this motion, especially the hours, extra hours that were enforced upon us during the 2008-2013 financial crisis that were imposed on most of us, really has to be a priority and which is a policy of the union. And I think Kevin and any negotiating team going forward to replace the PSSA must make this a priority as part of any negotiations within the coming month or so many months. That's all, thanks.
Okay, thanks for that, Paul. Is there any other motion, any other delegates wish to speak to motion 8?
I have no hands up, President.
No hands up. Okay, that's grand. Thanks for that, Jason. Okay, so motion number 8 is going to be vote number 10. Okay, so motion number 8 that Eugene there is after moving for us on behalf of the NEC is going to be vote number 10. So Bernard, you might let me know when that opens.
Will do.
Okay. So now at this stage we can move on to the Standing Orders Report number 5, which was the emergency motion that we said we would take after motion number 8. So the emergency motion is in the name of Cork and Health and Local Government Branch. I don't have a name of the mover, so if I could just ask somebody from the branch to come in and move that motion.
I just need them to put their hand up to identify who they are.
Okay, so could they identify?
President, it's Bernard here again. In the meantime, vote 10 is ready now if you want to open the voting.
Okay, so motion 8 is vote 10, and that's opened now presently at the moment. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Bernard. Okay, so the mover of the emergency motion.
Okay, it's Liam O'Brien. Here we go. There we go. Liam, your mic is live now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Liam O'Brien, Cork Health and Local Government Branch, moving emergency motion number 1. We're all familiar with the plight of the Debenham workers. The Debenham workers have been on the picket line for 224 days as of today. Their aim is to prevent Debenham's liquidators, KPMG, removing stock from the shops. All that they want is that they are paid the redundancy that they are entitled to under an agreement with Debenhams. KPMG went to the High Court on the 11th of October and secured an injunction against the picketers, leaving them open to arrest and legal action. Since the Cleary strike in 2015, the government have failed to introduce the necessary legislation that would have protected the Debenham workers. As trade unionists, we must stand alongside the Debenham workers in their fight for justice. It is vital, not just for Forsa, but for the wider trade union movement, that they get what is rightly due to them. A victory for the Debenhams workers is also a victory for the trade union movement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Liam, for that. Does anybody else wish to speak to that motion? Nobody has indicated to me at this stage. Jason, is there anybody?
No, President, no more hands up.
No more hands up, okay. Okay, so that's the emergency motion, okay, from the Cork Health and Local Government branch, and that will be vote number 11. So if you could signal to me, Bernard, when that vote is open.
I'll do that, President.
Okay, so we have the emergency motion vote number 11. So Bernard will signal to me when that is open. So we're moving along to the Distinguished Service Awards. Okay, so the Distinguished Service Awards, the NEC has approved Distinguished Service Awards for the following 13 activists for their excellent and long-standing service to the Union and its predecessor unions. Because of the COVID-19 restrictions, these are being presented at local level. However, Conference will want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and applaud their magnificent contribution. So first of all, I have Tom Blake, Revenue North Central Branch, Pat Clark, Meteorologist Branch, Marion Conway, NETB Branch, Kathleen Ferrari, Taoiseach's Executive Grades Branch, Alice Hennessy, Limerick Local Government Branch and Outgoing Trustee, Mary Kennedy, SNA, South Dublin South Leinster Branch, Mags Gilfeather, Sligo Health and Local Government Branch, Tom Murray, Dublin City Branch, Kathleen O'Doherty, School Secretaries Branch, Education DEC and NEC member, Aoife O'Malley, Kildare Local Government Branch, John Power, Forensic Science Branch and a previous President of Impact, Jim Ryan, Revenue Executive Branch, and Philomena Tracy, Dublin South Health and Welfare Branch. So they are the 13 Distinguished Service Awards. Thank you to all of the branches that have made those nominations and recommendations, and great workers and activists throughout the branches and throughout the country, and a lot of them will be dearly missed for the work that they've done on behalf of members. So I just hope you'll stand with me in honouring all of those here today at our National Conference 2020. So Bernard, can I inquire about the emergency?
Yes, President. Vote 11 is now open, and just for the record, vote 9 is now closed. So you can declare that vote open now.
Okay, so emergency motion vote 11 is open. Okay, thank you. Okay. So when I have the results of any of them, I will let you know. So we've come to the very closing business of conference. So I just have a few words that I need to say to you. Again, you'll be tired looking at me and listening to me all day long, but I'm going to hand over then to the incoming president, Michael Smith, who will be taking charge of business from close of conference. So I just want to finish out with a few words. During my inaugural term, I have met some great characters and fantastic activists, the length and breadth of this country, that do all of their work for members in a lay capacity. Colleagues and friends, little did we think at the start of this year, start of a new decade, that our lives would be turned upside down with the global pandemic. I hope you and your families are all coping as best you can under these very testing times. Life is so difficult now for so many, and to many of our members who have lost loved ones, I hope the road to recovery is showing brighter days and hold hope for the future. Your hardest battle is between what you know in your head and what you feel in your heart. All of our FORSA members, this hasn't been an easy time. Be proud of yourselves for how you've handled this year. You've gone above and beyond the call of duty across all of our sectors and employments. We all have fought very many silent battles. We've had to humble ourselves, to wipe our own tears, pat ourselves on the back, and I'm sure each and every one of you have had to do the same at some stage. But be proud of you. Thanks to you all for your respect towards me in carrying out the highest elected office within this organisation. It has been an honour and a privilege. There are some individual people now that I would like to recognise. Jerry Foley, Chair, and Teresa Cairns, Vice Chair of the Standing Orders Committee, and members of the SOC, namely Larry Dunn, Helen Lundy, Eileen Cowman, Audrey Warren, Jennifer Burling, Stephen Murphy, Thomas Kavanagh, Michael Kiernan, Anna Farrell. Please note their work on behalf of us all for the committees, for what they've done in the Standing Orders Committees in both for the May and November conference, and their skill in addressing the new and unique demands of a virtual conference. Rosemary Conroy, Returning Officer, and all of the 12 scrutineers, 2 from each division, namely Gerard O'Donoghue, Michelle McMorrow, Jim Harvey, John Sherlock, Paul O'Halloran, Thomas Cooney, Shane Horan, Mary Coughlin, Christina Scott, Jerry Duffy, Gail Scanlon, Marie Nally, and Jerry McRainer. Thank you very much for the work that you have done in organising and overseeing our first secure postal ballot with efficiency and transparency in the most difficult of circumstances. On the staff side, the SOC and returning officers were supported by Billy Hannigan and Moira Haslam and her team, Linda Casey, Jade O'Donoghue, Tracy Richards and David Moore. They did meticulous legwork to ensure that the ballots were dispatched properly and efficiently. Moira Haslam is also central to many and most behind-the-scene aspects of conference organisation. This national conference, like others, simply would not happen without our hard work, experience and commitment. Communications unit led out by Bernard Harbour with a team of literally round-the-clock workers, namely Roisin McCann, Hazel Gavigan, Mecca Ducal and Niall Shanahan, for their work on video production and other pre-recorded inputs, biennial report and other conference documentation, media and communications work and general support. Avoiding their calls for pre-records, etc. was never an option, let me tell you. They found you some way or other at some hour of the day. You were all extremely very patient with us all, and you were always hands-on to help each one of us. So thank you very much. Thanks, Roisin, for your direct assistance today to me, very much appreciated. To our suppliers, specifically Fastlane and Jason, who provided the virtual platform and technical support for this conference and worked very hard with us all. ERS, Dave Cotter and Mark, who contributed to that and who were on hand today to provide support to delegates. And even Dave had to log in remotely to myself to get me back up active again, so thank you very much. And to My Voice, who provided the voting solution for today. I don't think that they thought they were going to be as busy until the actual day happened, so thank you for the way they carried out that. Also to all the people who took time to send greetings and solidarity to the Union Conference. President Michael D. Higgins, ICTU General Secretary Patricia King, Jane William Godran, General Secretary of the European Federation of Public Service Union, and Rosa Pavanelli, General Secretary of Public Service International. It's important to mention the INEC, Gleneagles and Hotel Solutions, who prior to March have been working with us to provide the normal national conference, and we were all very much looking forward to it. This is a rough time for the hotel and hospitality sector, the staff who work in it, and Killarney and other towns and cities that it supports. Forsa has done its best to continue to support. I'm sure the Kerry Forsa branches missed us all as well. General Secretary Kevin Callanan and his deputies, Matt Staunton and Owen Renane, who've worked tirelessly to make conference a success. Matt, you kept us all together on the one page, as always, very focused. Thank you most sincerely. Our one and only lady, Elaine Elliott, who does incredible work in conference organisation and communications with branches, another person without whom conference would be impossible. Elaine always looks after us all very well around the NEC table. Everything financial, thanks to Margaret Hughes and her dedicated team. To all the Forsa staff, heads of divisions and departments, AGSs, IROs, organisers, admin and support staff across all Forsa offices for all their work and support to members over the last 2.5 years, and especially during this pandemic. With the support that has been provided to branches and members in tough circumstances during the COVID-19 crisis has never gone unnoticed. Adapting to a changed environment was never an issue across all departments, particularly within the organising department. To you, the delegates, branch activists, for your important contributions and engagement with this and other Forsa conferences, which are the lifeblood of our democracy, the engine of our activity, and the main opportunity for activists to come together and share experiences and insight. Due to the pandemic, this hasn't been possible this year, and it is a big loss and disappointment to us all, especially the hard-working activists who, at the beginning of 2020, were looking forward to going to Killarney for conference. The solidarity, the camaraderie, the social aspect of it, we've missed the face-to-face. It has been very unfortunate that we weren't able to do it, but we had to also be very, very mindful of health restrictions and the way this pandemic was affecting the country. I want to acknowledge the work that branch activists and workplace reps do day in and day out for members and for Forsa, and for forbearance and cooperation, patience and participation in this, our first ever virtual conference. Thanks to all the branch reps for your work looking after the members in the most trying of circumstances. To my fellow officers, Michael Smith, Margaret Coughlin, Kevin O'Malley and Eugene Gargan, and to all the 27 national executive members across all 6 divisions who've worked tirelessly on your behalf, I personally thank you all for your dedication to members is most honourable and honest. To all members that sit on DECs as officers and activists, your work has been tremendous. Margaret, on a personal level, I will miss you from around the officer and NEC table. You have been a loyal officer to this organisation and members for many a long few years, and on a personal level to me, a true, loyal, genuine friend. On another personal level, to Kevin Callanan, General Secretary, it has been an honour to have worked so closely with you for members and on behalf of members. Your member-focused attitude has never gone unnoticed by me, regardless of where you represent us nationally or internationally. Forsa members have always been and continue to be your top priority. Never lose that sight or vision, or I will be on your case. To my branch, PSO in Sligo, thank you for all your support and guidance. You never forget where the grassroots start from. To the Sligo Health and Welfare branch, your friendship and solidarity has been superb. To my family, David, Mark and Clodagh, thanks for your understanding, loyalty, patience and love. To my friends, too many to mention, you know who you are. True friends aren't the ones who make your problems disappear. They are the ones who won't disappear when you are facing problems. I wish the incoming officer board, under the direction of Michael Smith, President, every best wish for the future. Hopefully there will be brighter days ahead of us all. I hope the boys will mind me well. I'm in the minority on the gender balance, but you can be guaranteed, delegates, that won't mute me. To all in attendance today, thanks for your patience with this virtual conference. Stay safe and well and keep the positivity and faith. Forsa is a family. Look out for one another until we all meet in person in the very near future, I hope. So I'm going to hand over now to Michael Smith, and I know I still have a little bit of business to do with the results of votes, so I won't forget that before I officially close conference. So I think Michael is going to address conference, and then he's going to hand over to Owen Renee, Deputy General Secretary, and then we'll come back to me. So Michael, I'll ask you to come in now.
Delegates, can I start by saying thank you? And it is with a great sense of responsibility to our members that I accept the opportunity of leading our union. I will endeavour to vindicate in every act, each and every day, the trust that you placed in me. As I begin, let my very first act be to pay tribute to my predecessor in the role. So let me begin by personally thanking Anne on behalf of the members present for her service as the first elected president of Forsa. You have at all times carried out your duties with great care and diligence. It is often remarked upon that your ability at chairing meetings has set a standard that we all aspire to, and today is another fine example of that. And while you will remain an officer of this union as Vice President, I genuinely want to wish you well in the period ahead. I want to thank Margaret Coughlin, who has served as Vice President of Impact and more recently of Forsa for many years. We wish you well, Margaret. I want to thank also the Officer Board and NEC members, along with divisional executives and branches, for your excellent work on behalf of members. Who could have imagined, when we stood in Killarney at our last conference, that the world would have changed so much in such a short space of time? All of us have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, but none more so than our many colleagues who have been bereaved, and we send them our heartfelt wishes. Today we set new priorities to meet the new challenges ahead. We have members anxious about their jobs and who see the prospect of their chosen careers disappear due to the upheaval caused by COVID-19. We have members wanting more help to balance work and family life, and a desire to see an immediate reduction in working hours. We have members barely making a living in underpaid employment, with no pension entitlement and short-term contracts. Our members want to be active in a union that is more inclusive. Members look to us to respond to their hopes and fight for a better life for themselves and their children. Members want to see a union that is more open and responsive to their needs. And we need to face the very serious challenges that globalization, automation, and outsourcing bring. I joined Forsa because I believe in the power of solidarity, of standing hand in hand with fellow workers across the country to help build a better future for those who need it most. We must raise the roof for those who have no roof, and for those who will be unable to put food on the table this Christmas time. I want to acknowledge the work of Kevin Callanan, our General Secretary, and his team of staff who represent our members day in and day out. Our members who serve us on the front line during this pandemic deserve great credit. We are proud of each and every one of you. I am wishing that every member will be in a position to celebrate Christmas with good health and those you love. Thank you. And I now want to hand over to our Deputy General Secretary, Owen Ronayne.
Thank you very much, Michael. Colleagues, I won't detain you. I know it's been a long day, and if you're like me, you've probably found it difficult staring into a screen for prolonged periods of time. But let me say at the very outset, Michael, I'm really looking forward to, as I know indeed are all the staff, with you as our new president. You can be assured of our full support on the road, but I think you'll also understand that I'd like to spend a moment or two to address the stepping down of our first president and my colleague and friend, Anne McGee. It's 3 years now, almost, into the integration of our three unions, and it's important for me in a way. I suppose I'm the last of the three general secretaries still standing in this organisation. We came together through a period of great negotiation and great debate in three organisations. And Anne was at the centre of that debate in the organisation that I was General Secretary of. And in many ways, we travelled across the country as President together to meet members, to address branch meetings, to answer the queries and the fears that members had about building this great new organisation. And I have absolutely no doubt that without Anne McGee's effort, honesty and commitment, the majority, significant majority vote in that organisation would not have happened. There are a number of words that I think sum up Anne McGee: listener, loyalty, positivity and commitment, displayed in bucket loads. And I think that was recognised by the wider force of membership at the very start of our new great organisation, when the members in every division united behind Anne when they elected her as our first ever president. Along with my colleagues in headquarters, we have witnessed daily the tireless work that Anne has put in for members, regardless of where those members come from. Colleagues, as we leave this virtual BDC, I want to recognise Anne McGee, who in so many ways created, launched and continues to build, with so many others, Ireland's largest public service union and our country's second largest workers' representative organisation. And while I know as VP, the civil service will benefit from your expertise and you will indeed focus to a degree on its needs and future, I also am certain that you will remain in the vanguard of this great union and play your role in the coming years. And may I wish to you and your families, to David, to Mark and Clodagh, who I'm sure will be delighted to get some time with you now, to salute you and to say thank you for all that you've done for all our members, and indeed on a personal level. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Michael and Owen. Thanks for those kind words, Owen. Thank you. Very much appreciated. So I have a little bit of business just to finish out on before I leave you all. So motion number 6, which was vote number 9, for 801, against 10. So that motion has been carried. Motion number 8, which was vote number 10, for 791, against 23. That has been carried. And the emergency motion, which was vote number 11, for 746 and against 7. So that has been carried. And there is, it's been put up on the website as well, all the results of the motions and everything else. So that's it, folks. We've come to the end of a very long day under very different circumstances, us all being remote. I suppose the thing about a conference is you'd have so much support around you and beside you in earshot, but I still had them on the phone and very contactable. So I still felt as if I had all of that support. I want to thank each and one of you, all of you, for your participation, for your engagement, for your patience. It wasn't an easy day, but we did get through the business as best we could under the circumstances that we find ourselves in. So I officially want to close out conference 2020. Thank you all. We'll see you all soon. I hope you look after yourselves, mind yourselves, stay safe, stay well, stay positive, more importantly, and keep in contact with one another, because Forsa is a family and we should all look out for one another as best we can. So Gura Mahagut, a Cordia, Golair, a Blur, an Origin U, Duan, na Forsa, Common, na Shunta, 2020 Anish, Tabar or the Gatdina, a Feckin to Golair, Golu. Gura Mahagut, Slán.
This is the calm before the storm, before the surge. And when it comes, and it will come, never will so many ask so much of so few.
We are in a very urgent situation. We need to act now and act decisively. We owe it to our frontline workers who continue to put themselves at risk every day, and we owe it to the memory of all those taken by this virus.
In exceptional times, in times of crisis and struggle, you can count on your union.
Every day, tens of thousands of FORSA members are protecting the health and well-being of workers and people all over Ireland.
We maintained essential public services around the clock during this unprecedented health emergency.
This has meant doing different things in different ways at different times.
This is our story.
The crisis has put the future of work centre stage and has shown us who really keeps the country going. It's our hidden heroes in the civil, public, communications, community and voluntary services.
Well, I suppose we work in small pods. If one person gets infected, well, the pod is down. So that's a whole team from Dublin Port who are down. So there's no control of produce coming into the country. There's no examination on excisable goods or restricted goods. Prior to this, you would imagine driving on the M50, you had 3 lanes. Now we're driving the hard shoulder.
We work in high-risk settings where social distancing isn't possible and where the wearing of face masks on occasion can't be worn. Schools couldn't function without SNAs. Teachers wouldn't be able to manage with the level of need that would be in their classrooms.
FORSA members have had to go beyond the call of duty, and our members have been very flexible in their approach to work and in helping the community. They have been involved in redeployment. They've been involved in contact tracing, which is very difficult for anybody who is, because it's a new virus. And then, of course, we have members who are on the front line, who have actually been carrying for all of us as a society.
I'm a home help coordinator, and I manage staff of about 180. A lot of families don't live around or they're not present, and the home helps are the only people they see, the only people going into them, the only people checking on them. During the pandemic, all the home help coordinators were working 7 days a week, constantly on the phones, constantly giving out PPE, constantly reassuring. Health professionals, managers, admin, and support staff gave their all to treat the sick and control the spread of COVID, not just in hospitals, but in all settings, including the community.
Sudden and massive spike in coronavirus-related layoffs placed huge demands on social welfare services and its workers. Over 600,000 workers were in receipt of the unemployment pandemic payment. I mean, without us, nobody would have been paid. I mean, isn't that not the most important service that you could provide to somebody in these unprecedented times?
I more or less work in the underground to make sure all sewers, overflows, and sometimes rivers are going their proper journey. Municipal workers worked hard alongside their local government colleagues to ensure their vital services, such as water, continue to be made available to homes in Dublin. And while there's less traffic than usual in the streets, our waste management service workers have had their work cut out for them, keeping streets safe and clean in Dublin City.
The Aer Lingus pilots made a significant contribution towards the assistance of supplying PPE to the nation early on in the COVID crisis. In April and for 3 months on, we conducted just under 260 flights, round-trip flights from Dublin to Beijing to carry just over 4,000 tons of PPE, which was then passed on to our colleagues and the frontline heroes to provide PPE equipment to the medical staff fighting the pandemic.
FORSA members working in essential services of local government answered the call in support of their communities during the COVID-19 crisis. FORSA members delivered food parcels to vulnerable people in the community. They assisted in Garda Síochána and social distancing outdoors. They assisted other agencies in setting up of isolation centres and transporting food and laundry for homeless services. We work closely with public library staff on the housebound library service, local government workers provided a lifeline to vulnerable and isolated persons within their own communities.
The crisis starkly revealed the value of union membership, whether working together in frontline roles, dispatched to work at home, sometimes under tough conditions, or facing layoffs. Worse, tens of thousands of FORSA members turned to their union for reliable info and advice and solidarity. Unity in our union amongst all professions and grades.
Being a member of FORSA, you had regular updates. You knew that FORSA were there every step of the way, fighting for our rights, fighting for PPE for us, trying to sort out the redeployment.
The crisis has shown how unequal our society is and how insecure some workers are.
Our community spirit has helped limit the spread of the virus and enabled us to find new ways to educate, agitate and organise.
We must now build on that spirit and work together to become more secure, more equal and more united.
There can be no going back.
We must invest in a fairer future. We can't afford not to.